Stand by. The BRN goes worldwide at 6 a.m. Eastern.
Attention, BRN affiliates. Showtime in 90 seconds. Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
It's amazing that there's so much content out there and that people gravitate to this kid. So he's doing something special.
See you. Thank you for being here. Now you're known for
which is why I hate Jimmy Fallon. Well, I mean, I like Jimmy Fallon better than I do Jimmy Kimmel.
He looks just like Marco Rubio on that couch.
Rizzler.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show, live from Tampa, Florida, at a commercial bricked-in building on the glide slope of a major international airport. But we do have this thing pretty well insulated,
Oh, God, yeah.
Sometimes I hear big-ass planes coming right over the top, and you really can't really hear them in here too much.
No, not at all.
Because it's all concrete. People don't realize that, our walls here in the studio are concrete. Oh, what was that guy's name? God, I forget. I'm not such a good friend now.
Wasn't he the guy who did airport stuff?
No, he had, what the hell was his name? Damn it. I forget, but he owned a major concrete contracting place. And Danny was doing he was pouring new concrete runways at MacDill.
Wow.
And so he had a big government deal.
You know how those things are like 20 feet deep.
Oh no, I know. They have to because
the planes are so heavy.
Well, and I think is MacDill a refueling station?
Well, it's where the refueling planes are stationed. Yes,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
they're that much heavier,
right? Because they're loaded up, and they fly those big old C-31s or C. What's that big giant thing they used to transport tanks with?
Those big planes,
those giant ones where it opens in the front. Yeah, they fly everything in that thing.
So he had a bunch of Mexicans. And so I hired a bunch of Mexicans to lay the block and he would at the end of the McDill. The concrete has to be so pristine and not any like what they call like usually the last I don't know eighth of the tank of concrete is what they call slag. I mean, it's like overburden, like it's not really good quality concrete. It's concrete.
Yeah,
it's concrete,
but it's not the best.
Really? It get changes as you get to the bottom?
Well, yeah, it gets a little bit more rockier and a little less smoother and a little bit more coarse. And so that they can't put any of that on the runway. So he would have his he would have his cement trucks because, they would only go they could only pour like 3/4 of a truck for the concrete on the runway, and then he would take now the McDill paid for the whole truck, but just quality control had it where there was a guy there for the government that would tell the truck when to shut off. Okay, shut off. I'm not the rest of the concrete that's coming out is not to grade. Not.
So then they got to find somewhere to dump it. Then
they literally have to find somewhere to dump it.
Jeez.
And so they would come over here, and they would, the guys would have the walls built. But when you're building concrete walls in regular construction, every middle block has to be full of concrete?
Yeah, that's how it's supposed to be.
Right.
With some rebar most of the time.
Yeah. So like if you're laying a concrete wall, Dan, and with a block, you're laying a block wall. Every middle block has to be poured solid with concrete to keep it all together. Mm-hmm. Well, he had so much over that every one of my blocks are full.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So that
helps with the sound.
You only need 1/3 of the blocks filled, which is the blocks come in 3 holes. There's 3 holes to a concrete block.
Oh, I thought there were 2. There's 3.
I think there's. I don't know if there's. Maybe there's only 2.
Depends on the brick, but
I guess it does.
Anyway,
it depends on the size of the brick. Some have 3, some have 2.
Right. Well, mine have 3. And so, my buddy, what was his? God, I feel so bad because he did me such a huge favor, Lummy. Well, I was really kind of doing him a favor too because he was having to go to like some landfill or something like this, and
you
clean
have to go
out
to a specialty place to dump it off.
Yeah, there's only a few places that you can dump off your concrete. Your slag, if you will. One of which they make jersey and bin blocks with. That's why bin blocks that you see on the side of the highway are always not real smooth. They're kind of coarse, and you see a bunch of stones sticking out. So there's a lot of companies that says bring all your slag over here, and they got these jersey barrier / bin block molds, and you just pour them right in there. And they sell them for $110 a block. Trust me, I know. I've bought enough. I think I've bought like $80,000 worth of bin block for the racetrack.
Can I ask a dumb question? Is bin block like the stuff looks like the side of the street? Like
yes.
It looks like a railing on a highway?
Yeah, like
sections like 4 feet?
Like if they're doing construction, they'll put these big 4 feet concrete things that are interlocked together.
Yeah, like sort of like the cattle guides.
Yes, yeah. That's bin block, and it's called a different. It's either jersey. They call it jersey barrier, and those tend to be the little bigger ones. And then bin blocks are usually 2 by 2 by 6. So that's what I usually buy for the track, and that's really the only thing that'll keep a car in. Like like a guardrail, cars will blow right through that. But they hit the bin blocks are like 5,000 pounds.
Jesus.
So when they hit that. The bin block wins.
Something I learned.
I got it. Sergio. His name is Mike Sergio, and he owns a huge concrete place in Orlando. Got the McDill job. Happened to be when I was doing my studio. He's like, listen, I'll send you a whole team of Mexicans. They'll have those. They'll have the entire wall built. I think the wall. Is now, Lummy, you've been on a ladder, and Macho, you've been on a ladder. I think it's 20 foot or 18 foot. Macho, how tall is it to the black insulation material that fits between the girders? Is it 18 foot?
It's about 18 to 20 feet.
I don't know, but I hang from them and do pull-ups all the time. Yeah. Can you see? You look upstairs and you like where the lights are, and you see Macho Man up there doing pull-ups.
That'd be scary.
Yeah. Now, what were we gonna say, Dan? I interrupted you because I remember the guy's name, Michael Sergio.
The thing that I didn't realize until I learned a little bit more about when I was building a house is that the concrete blocks and the cement have zero strength without the rebar. The rebar is everything.
If you don't have any rebar in it,
it's like Haiti.
It
falls apart.
It's just gonna crumble.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, you got to have a lot of pre-bent, rebar. You probably learned that when you were building your house that Bella lives in now.
Exactly.
Like
I didn't realize the importance of it.
No concrete. If you just pour concrete with no rebar, Seth Kushner could karate chop it. Just telling you that.
That's how they made the pass-through walls in the first floors. They didn't put rebar between the walls and the weight-bearing elements. That way the wall would wash through.
Right, but the one with weight-bearing, they had more concrete than you could find.
Well, they had. Well, they had like over 100 trucks of concrete.
If you look at road construction, before they pour the concrete, they got this entire maze these rebar. And I think on the job site, you might know more than me or Big Red or whoever. That's really the back bending job, is the guys that have to bend all the rebar, and then they have to wire tie it all. You got to
wire tie every little spot, because I had to put
not wire tie it as in plastic wire tires.
Yeah, you got to get wet metal.
Real wire.
Yeah, you got to keep it off the dirt too. I think it's like 6 inches. So you got to put these little planks underneath them.
Yeah,
6 inches up, and then you got to wire tie each little corner.
Yeah, they're all wire tied too.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah, it's like
your pillars have that.
And that's really the tedious work, because now I think though, Lummy, with like road building and bridge building and stuff like that, I think they have them prefabbed. I think though they have those rebar prefabbed like in 8 and 10 foot sections, so you just lay it. It comes from a factory already pre-bent and stuff. Because can you imagine a guy down there bending over all day, having to bend all that and weld all that and all kinds of things? I think the rebar comes prefabbed, and they just throw it down, make sure there's a 6-inch buffer, and then lay the concrete.
And then make sure it's tied, and then lay the concrete.
Exactly. Not that we have a South Carolina affiliate anymore, thanks to Lummy.
Yeah.
Lummy, do you really feel bad about that? Is it really one of your largest regrets?
Yes, it is.
I'll tell you one thing. It's one of the biggest mistakes that I never fired anybody for.
So you never fired anybody for?
Well, I mean, it's probably one of the biggest mistakes that I didn't fire a guy over.
Right, I understand. Okay. Yeah, because anybody besides Lummy would have gotten fired over that one.
Probably. Which Lummy should show you how much I love you.
Well, thank you.
I really do.
We all love him.
Anyway, I guess South Carolina has a huge wildfire issue right now. See, that we should Buck. I wonder if Buck's dealing with this right now. God, Lummy, Buck. I don't know if I can say it. I just can't say enough good words about him. He drove all the way down from South Carolina. Now he's absolutely, can run any piece of equipment you got. He can run an excavator. He can run a bulldozer. He can run a skid steer. He can run a front end loader. He can run anything. And running a front end loader while you're having to be so delicate with the stick so that you don't hit the power screen hopper, it's just amazing. In fact, the guys from Power Screen and my buddy from Synergy, Mike, was like, man, and Billy's pretty damn good on the, Billy's, for one eye, Billy is pretty damn good on the excavator. Plus, we had a big 350, big one. Dan, I know you never have dug on an excavator, but if I had, next time I get an excavator from Synergy, I'm going to bring you out to the track and let you just do some heavy equipment machinery operation. You would love it.
I would love it. Kirk Morgan has a front end loader in his property,
right,
and he let me play with it for like 10 minutes, and it was, ecstasy. So I understand how much fun it is for you.
That's just picking up piles and moving stuff. Whereas excavating is where you can really, you could dig.
That's that big shovel in the front that comes back towards you?
You could dig like a 20-foot hole.
That's awesome.
But you throw Jay down. I'm just saying.
Next time you get a job too, which I think he'd volunteer, but who's really good at driving heavy machineries like that is Average Joe.
Oh, well, of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
He was talking to me about, he watched the video and he was talking about.
I got to get Average Joe on. I got to get that skag change out. I got to get him to get that. I got to get him. Because I still don't think he's got Skags.
No, he's still working with that dealer.
Is the dealer kind of giving him a tough time?
Yeah, it's a local guy, I guess, up in Newport Richie. He said he'd go anywhere, but I guess he's trying to stay local with this guy. But whatever.
Right. I'm going to see Randy from Skag this Saturday.
Oh, that's awesome.
And I got a couple of brand new pieces of Skag coming that I don't want to talk about until I get one piece today and I get one piece tomorrow. Not the piece today because I got Clem Cush, so I'm not going to be able to make it up there. I'm getting one of those. Stand behind skid steers.
Oh, you're getting the little walk behind.
Yeah, the little walk behinds. Because sometimes a big skid steer, you can't quite get in this little place that you need to pick up stuff. You need a little. You need a little one. So I'm getting a Skag Jackal. Now, do you know why they call it Randy, the CEO? The main dude of Skag, you know why they named the new? And I think the Jackal, the Skag skid steer Jackal just came out last year. And you know why they named it Jackal?
They're big fans of Jackal?
No, they're not fans of the band Jackal. Jesse Dupree's got his picture on the side of it. No, it's because I think their competition, Toro or whoever the hell, Skag didn't really have any competition, but whoever their competition is, their walk behind skid steer is called a dingo. And Randy's like, I guess, I don't know what a dingo is. As a dingo, like
it's a wild dog in Australia, I believe.
Is that what it is? Well, I guess the natural predator to a... See, this is some pretty kick-ass marketing. The natural predator to a dingo is a jackal. That's what kills dingoes. Like, dingoes roll around Australia thinking they're all that until the jackal rolls up. So that's why Randy named his walk behind the Jackal, just for those scoring at home.
That's pretty funny.
And then, Lummy, I think maybe tomorrow I'm getting one of those tree frogs.
What's a tree frog?
Oh, really? That's awesome.
Let me see. I got to find this for you.
I'll see if I could send it.
Yeah, it's called...
It's a remote control one, right?
It's remote, Dan. It's remote control, and at Bubba Raceway Park, we got a couple. Here we go. They call it the extreme slope mower.
Okay, that one, the remote control mower.
Yeah.
Okay.
This.
Okay. Yes.
I sent you a video too.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
And
that why you call that a tree frog?
I don't know why they're calling it a tree frog.
Okay.
But they're calling it a tree frog.
Because it goes up like good slopes and.
Did you IM me the gimmick here?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. And so I am going to try to be at the racetrack tomorrow when they demo this. Let me see here. And see, where Nashville is. I got a really extreme hill that I can't mow, and the way we mow it now is, Weed Whipper Greg has a hand mower, and we tie a rope to it. I mean, this is straight white trash.
Really?
We tie a rope to it, and we edge it. We go down with it, and then you have to kind of shimmy it back up with the rope. That's the only way to do it.
Wow.
Because the slope is so large that you can't even stand on it to weed whack. So I need a tree frog.
You sure do.
And the thing about it, Dan, is not only is it an extreme slope mower that you run by remote control, but it's also a bush hog where I can take it back there and do some bush hogging. Like the heavier stuff.
It looks so destructive.
Tell me, Dan, right now you don't want one right now.
Oh, I definitely want one.
Look at this. Goes right over trees.
There's a few yards I'd like to drive that in.
Saplings.
Yeah, you can't do that with a regular mower.
No, you can't do that with a regular motor.
It has like a train front end.
It's got chains on the front end to stop if there's any rocks or... See, that right there, Lummy, is kind of the slope of what we affectionately call our Turn 4 bleachers, Nashville, because that's where the Nashes hang out. That's kind of the slope, Dan, and you can't mow that with a zero turn. You just can't.
Right.
I've tried using ours a few times, and you can, but it's sketch. It's real sketch.
Well, I mean,
your front end,
zero turn, someone could lose a limb.
Well, right. It's sketch. Your front end starts getting a little light, even though I have a 72-inch and it's got a pretty big footprint. You know, I think this weighs like 60. Give me the stats on it, but I think the tree frog weighs like either 45. I think it weighs 4,500 pounds.
Whoa! How do you move it around?
What do you mean? How do you move it around? It's with an engine. With an engine.
Oh, I mean, I'm just saying, like,
it has to be.
It stays on your property, though. You don't move it from property to property.
No, I mean, if you were, you'd have to get a trailer. But what I'm saying is,
how big is that thing? Because I can't have a reference. Like, how big is that thing?
I think it's pretty. I'm looking. See, that's what I need right here, and it's battery and gas operated. That's exactly what I need, buddy. And Lummy, me and the city of Apopka and the city of Kissimmee have the only 3 tree frogs in the state of Florida right now.
Really?
They just came out this year.
It's huge next to him.
Oh, it's huge.
The thing's massive. So it's like a zero turn without the seat.
Yeah, it's just
it's that big.
It's huge. I got to try to find the specifications on it, Lummy. Here it is.
You gotta get the roll bars on top in case you flip it.
Oh yeah. Okay. Specs. Here we go. I think. Okay. Here we go. It's 70. It's 70 inches wide.
6 feet wide.
It's got the Vanguard big block V-twin, 37 horsepower engine. And how much does it?
If you up, Bubba, go to product dimensions. Keep going down. No, you were in the right box. Right there. See model.
Oh yeah, product dimensions. Here we go. Let me see. Weight. Oh, 2,400 pounds.
Jesus.
2,400 pounds.
Jesus.
Without fuel.
No, that's no fuel.
I mean, that's the size. That's the weight of a car. Race cars are that much.
Yeah. So anyway, I got me that coming. That's gonna be so badass.
That's gonna be fun to play with.
Oh, that's gonna be fun to play. I'm gonna be mowing stuff that doesn't even be mowing, just to be mowing. I'm going to be now let me supposedly it'll go through because, like in the back there, back by my camping, I got some wilderness that I'd like to kind of knock down a little bit.
Yeah, like between the train, before the train tracks.
And see, Dan, if you happen to get it stuck or something, it's got a winch that you tie to a tree and then winch it out. Randy said he wants, for people to drive up and down the streets and see municipalities using these things, just to get them out. I think this is the first. I think I might have like unit number 3.
Could have had those during Vietnam and not had to use napalm.
Yeah, just
mow out that jungle. Just run those through the jungle safely.
Ukraine should buy a few of those, right?
Yeah, well, we could sell it to them for full price.
Let me see. Blah, 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 blah. Is that a...
There's only one major...
No, that's not it. That's something different. So Lummy, I'm getting my jackal today, my tree frog tomorrow. I'm going to try to make
tomorrow?
Yeah. Wow. I'm trying to make it up there because they're going to give Drunk Dave the run through. I don't know if Drunk Dave can officially tell me,
Does it all depend on what time of the day for him?
Yeah, it depends. I just got to get up there quick. And today's Clement Cush. I don't want to miss that. And I can figure. Listen, I can run a stand behind jackal. Please.
Yeah, they're not nothing crazy.
No, nothing crazy. Much like my cedar. But that remote control gimmick, I need to know what all the buttons do. I need to know, everything.
I wonder if they have like a little computer screen, kind of like Ty J has with his drone.
Oh, I'm sure they do.
That would be.
I'm sure it's a handheld remote, and I'm sure that it's got a little computer screen. Here is the. Now, how did the wildfires start in South Carolina? Was it human? Was it a storm? Was it a controlled burn that got out of the way? Carolina forest residents on alert. Emergency crews battle several fires across Carolinas. Maybe they'll tell us, huh?
Several implies natural.
Yeah, it says it was just dry and
windshield
fire.
We're really dry right now. Okay, safe light.
At least you can.
We go to semi-auto glass. Let me for all of our.
We sure do.
Yes, we do.
Have you noticed it's allergy season, man? I'm screwed already.
What's that now?
It's allergy season. I'm screwed already.
Oh, the pollen's been horrible.
It's bad.
Yeah.
My God. One-eyed Billy. I thought he had a full-blown bad cold when we were up there working at the track last weekend, and it was all allergy related. Like it was like.
It can incapacitate you. Bad allergies can completely take you out.
I'm so lucky that I don't have any allergies that I know of.
Yeah.
Well, other than
if you don't have
other than healthy food,
if you don't have pollen at this point, then
I'm allergic to salad and exercise and things like that. Broccoli. I'm allergic to good food, but yeah, I think if you're and as an adult, I think if you've not got an allergy, you're not going to get one by now.
Yeah, it's hard to. But here's where you can though: move to a new area. So you've acclimated to Florida's pollen spectrum, and so it happened to me one summer in Gainesville because I never had allergies, and I had to spend a full summer in Gainesville during a medical school, and whatever was blooming took me out for weeks.
I think out of everybody here, I've lived in more places than any of y'all.
And you've had the most sex, Bubba.
Well, now hold on.
Most women.
Let's be careful with that, Seth.
Well, I mean, what?
Maybe I have, but people don't want to hear that.
I've heard the stories of the suck jobs with the ponytail.
Suck jobs with the ponytail.
I can't believe you were getting laid when you had that ponytail, man. It's hard to even look at you when you had that thing.
A lot.
Sexy, dude.
You gotta think I lived two cities in Indiana, Grand Rapids, Michigan, San Antonio, Texas, Chicago, Illinois, then Philadelphia, then Orlando, then back to Chicago, then Milwaukee, and then Tampa.
That's nine.
That's where I've lived. And every one of those places probably have different things with regards to what creates allergies.
Absolutely, Bubba. Every area has a different flora of pollens.
What's down here?
Ragweed. There's a couple, but again, it changes. Even just a couple hundred miles, it changes. You go more inland, it changes.
So you say now, like as a kid, when you were growing up, like in the St. Pete, Carrollwood area, you were fine, but when you moved to Gainesville, it really tore you up.
That one summer, yeah, it got me.
They are continuing to battle dozens of wildfires in North and South Carolina. The governor of South Carolina, Henry McMaster, declaring a state of emergency on Sunday. Residents of South Carolina, they remain on alert as flames evade containment. Here's some new video that we've gotten from Myrtle Beach. This was showing those smoke stacks towering behind homes from the Carolina forest fire. The risk of strong winds through Tuesday continues to fuel that concern of fires spreading. Let's bring in Fox News senior correspondent Jonathan Siri this morning, joining us from just outside of Myrtle Beach. Jonathan, I know that it's hard to get an understanding of containment, but we do know some containment has been made.
Tony Stewart possibly tomorrow.
Oh, okay, nice.
So now is Stein's usually on Wednesday? We could push him to Thursday, could we not?
Yeah,
maybe.
Yeah, I wouldn't be.
Tony's going to let me know. He's testing today, tomorrow, and Thursday. He's going to let me know when he's got to be. Like when they test, even though he's the owner of the team and he's the boss man, they tell him when when he's got to be ready. So he's going to sneak in a Zoom. In between his testing.
Oh, that'd be great.
Toward the Carolina forest.
As we promote the NHRA Gator Nationals this Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. That Proc dude was pretty good. Was pretty cool yesterday.
Yeah, he was. He was cool.
Good kid, man.
Fire, but as far as evacuation orders too, some folks have been forced out of their homes as a result.
Yeah, they have as a precaution. And really,
can you see where they could potentially build now? As after Hurricane, what's the one that hit Homestead? Andrew?
Yes.
Andrew was the one that hit Homestead, wiped out Homestead. And then after that, Dan, they really came up with a whole bunch of new hurricane codes.
Right, more wind codes.
Yeah, so like after 93, 92, Hurricane Andrew hit Labor Day weekend of 92.
Yes.
And so the reason why I know is I was interviewing for the Power Pig job. staying at a residence inn at 49th and Almerton. And so Hurricane Andrew hit, and then after that, they started all new codes on roofing, on strap downs, on wind mitigate, just windows, just all kinds of deals. So if your house was built after 92, there's a certain amount of code that it was way more strict than it used to be. And then I think after the 07, we had like 3 come through in 07?
07, 08. Yeah,
Charlie, couple others, and then they locked it down.
They all went to Bartow.
Then they locked it down even more, Dan, and that's where they came through the blow-through walls and all that kind of deal. Now, can you see with the wildfires that we had, let's first not forget, we had catastrophic wildfires in Hawaii. Then we had catastrophic wildfires in California. And now we're having, it looks like it's starting to begin pretty much a wildfire situation in the Carolinas. Can you see, Dan, where they could start making different building codes with regards to the flammability of your home? Like, they can build anti-inflammatory shingles, and they can make you do a certain type of landscaping that helps, stop a fire, rock and instead of grass, rock and dirt and stone and curbing and things like that. Is there a lot of things you can do in the building world to mitigate your chances of getting burnt to the ground?
Yes and no. It depends on the heat of the fire. But honestly, most buildings have a ton of wood in them. The floor trusses, the roof trusses, the doors. I mean, houses are filled with wood. Now, the outside of the house, the shingles could be fire retardant, and they used to be with asbestos shingles, but asbestos gives you mesothelioma. But
hey, my house is fireproof. I got asbestos shingles. I'm going to die in 10 years, but I'm not going to burn up, bitch.
But a metal roof, flame retardant sidings, using something different then wood is going to be the real game changer, Bubba.
Right.
It's the wood and the drywall, all that stuff, and carpet. I mean, everything inside the house also goes straight up.
They need to have a house sprinkler system where you turn on the switch and your whole house just,
soaks.
Well, just not only soaks, but just actually kind of sprays like an iron, like how Israel,
I just figured it out, Bubba.
How Israel,
the foam.
How Israel has the Iron Dome?
Yeah.
Well, you just have like a dome of water that continues to spray, mist out.
I have 2 or 3 theories on that one. My first theory was the same kind of things that the firefighters use that are in the wilderness. They have this like survival like tent. So if the fire overwhelms them, they can just deploy this thing, get inside of it, and usually ride out the fire because the fire only goes through that area for 20, 30 minutes. And I was thinking, whatever that's made of, that flame retardant, really heavy duty material, you could have on top of a house. And when a fire's coming, you hit the button, and all of a sudden the house is draped like it was being tented for termites in that fire retardant shield.
Man, you imagine how expensive that would be.
That would be pretty expensive. It would be custom to each house. But the other option would be, like you said, Bubba, spraying a fire retardant foam or constant water over the house for several hours.
And I'm not talking about like a really, really, really high pressure deal.
No, it doesn't have to be
like a mist.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be.
Just where like a sprinkler head mist that covers your complete home and just keeps it, constantly wet. Maybe you have to build you have to probably have to go off the grid and build your own well system for it. But I mean, building a well system for that would be the equivalent of buying a 30. I know a good friend of mine that after the hurricanes came through this past year, he bought a $55,000 Generac 45 kW automatic start Willie, whole 9 yards, a $55,000 generator. So buying a generator would be equivalent to having to maybe dig a new well to create this water dome. And you got a water dome, and it just, it keeps so. And you know what usually starts our ambers? Those are what usually starts the fires, not the big forest, not the big trunk, tree trunk that falls on top of your house, but the ambers that are floating around and just float, 5, 10, 15 ambers get on top of your roof, and then next thing you know, they start your roof on fire.
Captain Creamsicle 20 on the Cash App.
But Dan, if your house is just constantly being slowly soaked, no ambers can get on there. And I got to think that might be a thing.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get the embers from hitting your house, that's great. I think covering it in water or even like a foam that just lasts for 24 hours would absolutely solve the problem. And I feel really badly for these things. And one of the things that you also want to talk about is preventing the original problem. And wildfires are absolutely a product of poor forest management.
Oh, yeah. I mean, listen, one thing that Florida does well is they go into the natural, because I travel through the Ocala forest occasionally by my track, and you'll see them all summer long doing controlled burns.
Yep, getting rid of the fuel.
Where it burns about halfway up the tree. The tree then will shed its bark and build new bark, but all the underbrush and scrub and all of that gets burnt. It's the fire department does it. They do it as a part of a training exercise, and you never hear one gets away from you because they use winds and it's all kind of based on weather. They don't do it on windy days and things like that, but they control. That's one of California's problems. They didn't do any controlled burns.
No, you can't hug every single tree. You just got to hug the important ones and kill the ones that become fuel for forest fires.
It's worked. No one has been killed or seriously injured, and many residents have already been allowed back to their properties, and others, it appears...
Well, this seems like it's not really that big a deal.
...will have homes to return to once everything is under control. Statewide, South Carolina firefighters have been dealing with more than 160 wildfires for the past 7 days. These fires responsible for burning nearly 5,500 acres. Most of the fires have been contained, but here in Horry County, the Myrtle Beach area on the coast of South Carolina, the Covington Drive fire is about 30% contained.
The smoke has been a big problem, especially this morning when it mixes with the fog. I would call it super fog, and
that's what he would call it, super fog.
It makes the visibility really...
Don't give Seth any ideas as to why he's running late today. Hey, Sponjo, a little bit of super fog on the Gandy today, buddy.
Difficult. So it's troublesome from a safety standpoint and to be able to see what you're doing.
That guy on the motorcycle, he didn't care.
And then it really restricts our air resources. If they can't see where they are to drop, then they can't drop water.
Well, this looks pretty major.
Just to give you an idea of the intensity of the flames, take a look.
Man, that house is gone.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
This video shot by a resident shows...
I would just be out there with my hose, just trying to hose it off.
And some people did that during the L.A. fires and saved their houses. Some people literally just turned, they sucked the water out of their pool
and
to hose their house down, and they survived. I mean, what they're worried about, though, is just going to the Myrtle Beach area where all the money is.
Right.
In the Carolina Forest community of Horry County, firefighters...
To me, it looks like that little stream that the fire that's doing nothing.
Were able to keep the flames from spreading to homes in the area, and again...
Or it looks like they're just saturating that house.
Yeah,
much like my Bubba home, my Bubba H2O dome. Maybe,
no one was injured.
And Bubba, you could almost treat it like a fountain where it soaks your house and then it gets gets collected underneath the house and then recycled and soaks the house again.
Right.
So you wouldn't use up all that water.
So, as it hits the gutter system, it then goes back into the source.
Exactly.
And,
Then surreal. I mean, they keep popping up, these little things and you don't know if they're going to come in.
Hey, sweetheart, there's no sun out. There's no sun out, baby.
She can't see the dye in her hair growing out.
Your house or
she needs her roots done so bad.
Oh my God.
Next neighbor's house, and it's just the thought. I just really scares me.
Yeah, scary indeed. Governor Henry McMaster has declared a state of emergency.
Scary indeed.
Yeah, she's half husky, half lab.
When is let me go into words, but I mean, where's the Epstein list?
Yeah.
I mean, they really had us all lathered up with it. Pam Bondi had it all lathered up with us, and then supposedly she's mad at the Patel dude, the guy that runs the FBI, because he's not. I guess the list is not nearly as sexy as it potentially is supposed to be. It's highly redacted.
It's redacted, and they haven't given all the. I think there was over 1,000 pages. And
now, why is it? Listen, isn't the whole thing kind of like we're trying to be transparent here? So when you're trying to be transparent, why do you redact
victims?
Oh, victims.
The masseuses were redacted. Their names.
Okay,
that's one without a question. The victims should be redacted.
I understand, and I agree.
But there's other stuff too, probably redacted.
That's the way it's looking.
You mean like maybe some very influential Republicans?
I don't know. I mean, who knows? It's so weird because we had this stuff and it wasn't substantiated, and then we come out and substantiate it, and it's like, oh, this is old news. Well, no one really did anything about the first time we saw the list, and now it's a similar list. It's not changed.
And Pam
that
Bondi's
much.
nowhere to be found on TV, man. She was doing a whole big TV tour with Jesse Waters and everybody for a little bit when she thought she was getting it, and now it's kind of the Trump Zelensky kind of deal is taken over. Epstein client list release could be imminent after Blackburn pushes transparency. Let's get them in jail. So, I mean, has it kind of come back and bite him in the ass as they're looking at it like, oh, we better get Getz off that list. We better get, this guy and that guy off that list.
No, supposedly it's internal stuff that they already were hiding it and they're not giving it up.
Meaning the
FBI is not giving it to Pam Bondi.
Well, isn't the FBI controlled by the president too?
It's Kash Patel and then the president. So
I know, but
it's a local office. It's the local guy. It's the dude that's going to end up getting fired next week for this because, again, the never Trumpers are being obstructive.
So hold on. So the guy that kayfabed this for so long, not the new guy Patel or Bonagino or Pam Bondi, but the guy that maybe worked under the other administration that kayfabed this and has kept this buried as long as it has. Is that the guy in trouble?
Nope. It's his underling. It's a jobber middle management guy that's in that office that's not doing it. Now, I don't know if he's getting influenced by people above or below him, but it's not the old FBI director directly. It's the field office.
We'll get to that next. Don't forget Bubba Army Tips.
Yes.
Bubba Army Tips, PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. Of course, BubbaArmyTips.com is an entity all in itself developed by the great Patrick, what was it, Melton?
Yes.
Right. And then Lummy, the thumbs up. I haven't quite refreshed. Hopefully that we're doing well there.
We are.
We are. We've got them conditioned. We really do. And thank you. Thank you, YouTube. Thank you for being so cool. And I haven't seen a lot of people being dicks over there in a while.
We've had the poll going up today, or the question. So when you log in, it asks, did you leave a thumbs up today?
Oh, is that what it says?
Yes.
Kind of like a little hey, reminder kind of gimmick.
Go throw it up there.
Fantastic. Of course, the all-time record is 1,000 by 7:42 in the morning. I don't know if that's beatable. It's pretty impressive. So the great Brian Petroni, that you can hang that one on him.
Yeah, you got an hour, Dr. Dan.
All right, guys, come on. Give me those thumbs up, please.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Charles.
You don't know Keith and their bits?
Oh, I know. I'm full of skepsis. Look it up. I'm full of skepsis.
Just went up to Davenport.
Baku. Before time, Willie, Yankee Jib. Look. Cook.
3 hour listen, but I think you'd like it. It's a little long because he's a little hesitant with the Elon Rogan most recent one.
It's good.
It's pretty interesting.
I think he's an interesting guy. I mean,
I heard he knows a little bit more. A couple things, get a little more insight.
Maybe. Shove it up. Big and greasy. Too far. To the supermarket. Big rocks. Liquor, kicker. Terry, good morning. Snow Slayer, Group Loops. Jonesy. Coach Duke. Semi-auto West Travis. I have a question on that one. When I jousted with that truck and I shattered my side view mirror, the glass scratched my side window. Is that just like a line of like tiny little...
On your Cyber?
Yeah.
What happened?
I was just driving on McDill and someone's mirror hit my mirror. And it was so much traffic I couldn't even tell who did it.
And it shattered your window?
It shattered the mirror, broke the casing, and then scratched the window. There's like a little line, there's like a 6-inch line of scratch or 7-inch line of scratch on the window. And so guess how much the whole mirror and housing cost?
$2,000.
$400.
That ain't too bad.
It's cheap. Terry thought it was going to be $1,000, and it took him 6 minutes to install it.
That's pretty cool.
I thought it was really cool, but there's a scratch in the window itself, the driver's side window. I don't know if it's like put like that epoxy shit in there.
Your camera didn't pick it apart?
I don't run the cameras, man.
Has Seth driven your truck yet?
No, I'd love for him to drive my truck. Have you ridden in it yet, Seth?
No.
Oh, you'll shit yourself. We gotta do that on video, maybe next break. You will have so much. It'll be a giggle fit.
I want him to drive it.
Let him drive it. He can drive it too.
I don't want. I mean, come easy, Bubba. I mean, I'm trying. You know, I mean,
I want you to feel the horsepower.
Well, I know. I mean,
I want you to feel the exhilaration. I want you to take it out, stretch its legs out a little bit.
Seth, I'll drive out. You drive back, so I can show you what to do.
You can do it. I mean, I want you to stretch it out a little bit. I mean, that Ford Hemi can't stretch out.
I'm scared.
Well, you should be. It's got 1,000 horsepower.
It's you are going to shit yourself.
I was driving on.
I want to shit myself.
Yeah.
I don't. This is not a good thing to shit yourself.
I was driving on 75 this past weekend in my Crown Vic. My Crown Vic's pretty fucking fast, and I'm going 110. And this fucking Cybertruck gets beside me, and I'm sticking at 110. I maybe zip it to 115, and he punches it, and it's just like he got shot out of a fucking cannon.
It's like Fast and Furious.
Yeah,
shit.
I feel like a real bitch right now.
GG.
We want Kush to let it eat, stretch out its legs.
What is happening, man? I step out to pee for 2 seconds, now I'm stretching legs of the Tessie.
Yeah, you're fucking. Hey, you're getting ready to strap onto a Tessie, buddy. That's about as manly as you can get, bud.
And green.
Yeah, you can be green and manly.
I'm anti-green.
Oh, you're Carbon Foot Willie?
I want people to know I was here.
Here we go.
You're leaving your mark on.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Listen, you can drive and throw some bottled water out.
Why would I want to erase my existence to quote unquote save the planet?
Well, just don't dump water bottles in the ocean. It's pretty much all you got.
Yeah, that's a good point. That would help a lot actually.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Lummy, I gotta think. Did my food review do very well last week?
Yes, it did.
I'm thinking about doing another one. You know, what's that?
The return of the food review.
Well, right, but I got jobbed out a little bit.
Yeah.
Is there anything new and that's out? And is there anything that's new and out right now?
Well, do you want to go to a new place? Any new places?
Well, like what?
Well, obviously, the chicken guy.
I don't want to go out to the chicken
but
guy.
Slim Chicken is also another chicken chain.
Seems like everybody's getting into the chicken game.
Yeah.
You did Dave's already?
Yeah, I've had Dave's already.
But Slim Chickens is another chain restaurant.
Where's Slim Chickens at?
It's up in Wesley Chapel.
See, it's
Too
all
far.
up. Yeah, I can't go.
Smash Burger? Have you been there?
No.
That's good.
Where's that?
It's in South Tampa.
But
Smash Burger. What's wrong with it?
Let me.
Is it a drive-through?
They deliver.
Here's the deal. If they don't have a drive-through, then I can do like the. Remember when Gene and I went to go do that Gold Burger?
Yeah.
Maybe I need to follow up on that.
Smash Burgers are good.
Down kind of by your house?
Yeah, it only takes like 10 or 15 minutes to deliver to my house, so it can't be that far.
Right. Well, perhaps.
You like dim sum?
Yeah.
There's the Retro House dim sum on Henderson.
What is dim sum?
I don't know. I think it's a lot of everything, isn't it?
Is it
or is that something else?
I think I got to think that like every Chinese place is a dim sum. I
don't know. I think a dim sum is a special thing that you need to focus on. I don't know if you can focus on other entrees when you have the dim sum.
I don't know what a dim sum is. I thought a dim sum was like kind of a generically broad word for Chinese food.
I thought it was like the cowboy stew where it's just whatever's left over. Chicken beaks and
I sent
feet.
you
the Chinese cowboys.
I sent you the website of the one Seth's talking about.
The dim sum?
Yes.
Dim sum.
Wouldn't that be great, Bubba, sitting down for dim sum? I mean, that's gotta.
Can you use chopsticks, Bubba?
Okay, dim sum. No, yes, I can use chopsticks
without the rubber band.
Yeah, I don't need the rubber band. No, I can use chopsticks. I think. Let me see here. This fox thing is killing me. I was getting ready to go to the. Oh, all right, there we go. There she is. Okay, thank you.
Oh God.
Coffee house vibes, elevated Asian eats.
Yes.
A trendy spot serving locally roasted coffee, premium teas, and a curated menu of authentic Chinese dishes, dim sum, and bao. Perfect bao. Scott Baio. Perfect for food lovers craving delicious Chinese food and Asian comfort eats. Dim Sao Baya. 4 generations. Okay. Here's the food menu. What's it? Okay, I guess.
Well, Bubba,
they make it really.
Bubba, can you? I don't know.
Dim sum that.
Oh no,
Bubba,
that's just way overkill.
Bubba, just if you go back to the website.
Okay, hold on. All right,
hit back on this.
Okay.
The worst menu of all time is Cheesecake
again.
Factory. It's like 45 pages.
See where it says about us and menu.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah.
Go to menu or about us.
Menu.
Menu.
Yeah,
Okay.
Should just have the menu.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, crispy fried wings with Taiwanese home style sauce.
Nice.
I'm already in.
All right.
See, Bubba, you go and you sit down. You change.
Now, Seth, would you go with me and you could help me do my review? Get you some dumplings. Like for instance, what would you like?
Okay, all right, I see.
All right, okay, I like the crab. I'd probably get the crab ragu egg roll, 2 pieces, one for me, one for you.
All right, I like the retro fries.
Double fried fries tossed in Joe's. That's what Erica would get.
And then I like the veggie crisp roll.
Okay, where's the veggie
right
crisp?
above the retro fries.
Okay.
Cabbage, purple cabbage, celery, carrot, onion wrapped in our signature crisp roll. Yeah.
Okay.
Cabbage galore.
And
Way
then
to stack that protein.
I'm gonna get some crispy wings probably. And maybe I should take everybody out. Where's this place at?
Well, easy. I mean, let's
Henderson.
Oh, it's right by my hood.
Pork and now what's bio or bayo? A fluffy, sweet, steamed bun with various fillings. You can get the
surprise,
golden lava bayo, the ubi. That looks pork and shrimp look pretty good. The dumplings, Lummy, you got to get the dumplings.
Yeah, of course.
Pork and shrimp, house-made dumplings with garlic, soy sauce, mango shrimp wonton. Ooh, I'd probably get that. Buddha wonton. And then they got the bowls, the rice bowl, the char siu fried rice bowl, the curry tofu bowl, the Hong Kong pan fried noodles. Now, where is this place at?
Henderson, right down the street.
All right. Maybe I'll do this, but I can't do it alone. I'm going to need a partner for this.
What do you mean?
Like you go with me. And remember, one of the best videos we ever did is when we went and did, we took my moped and we went and did like some kind of protein shakes. Remember that?
We went to Smoothie. Yeah, we went to Smoothie King.
Wish I could get my moped running again.
What's wrong with it?
I don't know. It just won't start.
What about your electric bike? Have you been on that?
No, I can get on that. I can get on that.
Realizing
do some
that
rides.
human
Lummy, this is about, I guess, the Epstein thing. The lack of
book.
Let's not forget we got a Bubba 199 this Friday night. Macho, are you okay with spinning? I'll give you a kicker. You get a little bonus for spinning. Are you going to spin?
Sounds like fun.
Okay, perfect. Lummy, Seth brought up an interesting point. Now that you say, does Wiz? Can I ask a question? Maybe she's in YouTube. Does Wiz hate us? Like, does Wiz even like us anymore?
Yeah.
Like, are you sure? Because she never, ever, 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 ever comes to anything that we invite her to.
I mean, it's a haul for her.
I know, but she used to make almost everything, and now she doesn't make anything. And I just wanted to make sure that, and I know she's a very honest person, and she's very transparent. So if I or Dan or Seth or Lummy or somebody has done something to her, would she tell us what we did wrong? Because Lummy, she used to be a mainstay when we did Bubba 199. It was her, Maria Guatemala, not a fan, OFF, Tease, Susan Poitras. We had like a little bitch posse, and we're losing. We've lost OFF to childhood. She keeps popping out kids at an alarming rate. I think they're up to their fourth or fifth one right now.
But they make good-looking kids. She's good-looking. He's good-looking. The kids are good-looking. They're a nice family.
I need her good-lookingness on camera to help me with the money.
She's staying thin too.
She looks great.
Yeah.
And Heather Wiz, have you seen, like, she's like onto a whole new bodybuilding kick.
Oh, I know.
Have you seen how good she looks?
Yep, she looks great. And she's mathematically beautiful too.
Here's the thing, Lummy.
She's just objectively pretty.
The hotter Wiz gets, the more she doesn't want to hang out with us. You know what I'm
she
saying?
said she had family. I mean, I texted her. We gave her a month notice almost, and she said a family's coming in town.
You try to guilt her into
No, I'm
ditching
not.
the fam?
No, I'm not. But I am.
Is it hard when you're not the first priority?
Yeah.
It's okay. You can say. I mean,
listen, she's not. She just doesn't make any of our stuff nowadays, and I'm starting to get a little bit of a complex.
She showed up at Barb, man. Stole the show. I didn't even know it was her.
She did look great, and she's looking good. I've been following her on her Instagram and stuff. She's like at the gym every day. She's getting jacked up. She looks great. See, Lummy, the better she looks, the more she doesn't like us.
She doesn't want to come to 199s.
You know why? I know why.
Why?
Because she's got some fellers sniffing around the buckle brush now.
Maybe.
She's probably got all these gym rat dudes that are all up her ass, no pun intended. And, why would you come hang out with our loser ass on Bubba for 2 hours to drive here, 2 hours to be on the air, 2 hours to drive back, 6-hour ordeal, just to make Bubba happy when I got hot dudes at the gym that want to crank me right down to zero.
Right. She go on 2 different dates in that much time.
Yeah. You know what, Wiz? You don't even have to answer. I get it. I just hope we're still friends and you still like the show. Because, we do. Like Brian from Philly. I don't think he likes the show anymore. No. There's another dude that's acting a little squirrely, too.
Has he been at the gym a lot?
I don't know about the gym. I don't keep up on people's gym schedules. But
only the women.
only the women. Well, hey, listen, I can't help it. I've seen a couple pictures of Wizzy from the girls' locker room in the gym, and she's giving like a little bicep pose. And I even told Merch Crick, I'm like, man, Wizzy is really, she's looking pretty damn good. And then Merch Crick says that's why she probably doesn't want to come to Bubba 199 because she's got all these dudes just absolutely
She
sweating.
didn't say that.
That's what Merch Crick said. She's got all these dudes just sweating the hell out of her, which I get.
It's a good problem to have.
Lummy, which brings me to my next question, and that is this was a Seth Kushner idea, but Seth Kushner's like, should we get some like Instagram, or maybe I call Warren from the Dollhouse or something like that, and we get some girls in here. But here's what we risk. We risk upsetting, the Maria Guatemalas, the Merch Crick, the Nada fans, the Tees, the Susan Point, the girls that do come in, every Bubba 199 with perfect attendance. If we bring in like 2 or 3 little stripper bitches, just to satisfy, the hot factor. Not that they're not hot, because they're all hot. But, changing it up a little bit. Should we do that, or should we just stick with what we got? I kind of need some direction.
For 199?
Yeah.
Let me ask you.
I mean, I would say maybe just find out what, like you said, the regulars, how they feel about it. Maybe give them today to come back with an answer.
All right, so listen, here's the deal. Maria Guatemala, not a fan. Merch Crick, T, Susan Poitras. That's about what we're down to now. In case I miss anybody.
And the Dollhouse girls, definitely have to not be drinking as much either.
Yeah.
The last time didn't turn out too well.
Yeah, last time they got so drunk that then they missed their shift. And Warren, literally the co-owner of the Dollhouse, is named Warren, and Warren were in a full-blown argument.
Yeah.
And Warren, the general manager of the Dollhouse, kicked my Warren out of the Dollhouse.
Really?
Yeah.
They got too drunk. It's your fault.
No, Lummy brings them back, and they're like completely like they've been G-watered out. And Lummy's like, I don't know what's going on. And then Warren's like, you son of a bitch, you said you wouldn't get him too drunk. And Warren's like, we weren't trying, And he said, get out of here. And he had my Warren, escorted by 2 bouncers out.
Yep.
That's brutal.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm going to have to ask the girls, Maria Guatemala, Merch Crick, not a fan, T, Susan Poitras. Like, are you going to be offended?
I mean, instead of trying to get some of the women to come that aren't able to make it. I mean, why not just pay for what you're looking for?
Well, that's kind of what I'm proposing.
Yeah,
but I just want to make sure that the girls that are going to be here.
I mean, you don't have Donna Waters throwing a wet rag on it, so you should be good.
Well, okay. I mean, that was an obscure, out of nowhere deal. Like, that name hasn't been said on my airwaves in years, and nor would I like it for it to be.
Oh, sorry about that.
No big deal.
What about when we were getting donations from Donna Waters' bald spot?
Well, that's funny. That's a screen name.
Oh, okay.
And that's a shoot.
Okay.
So, I mean, probably the only person that's got a worse bald spot than me is her. I should have kept her husband around just so I didn't feel so insecure about my goddamn bald spot.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
So let me. I gotta ask. We need to ask. Maybe here in chat if Maria. And Tees and Poitras and Not a Fan and Merch Crick are I'm monitoring our YouTube right now. That's what I'm monitoring, Lummy, our chat on YouTube.
Gotcha.
Looks like we're at 660 thumbs up. That's not bad.
That's great. Come on, guys. Keep thumbing up.
Damn it, Dan, you got 42 minutes to get like 337.
Mm-hmm.
You could do that.
Hope we do.
So all the ladies,
you doing it, dude?
All the ladies that are potentially going to come to Bubba 199 this Friday night, 8 to 10. Let me know if you would be offended. And I would say we just need 2.
Yeah,
because 3 kind of gets to be like just 2.
Two should be perfect.
Because 2 can be like the buddy system where they take care of each other. Now Warren, I've already proven ourselves to Warren. He knows that we're not trying to exploit them. We're not asking them to take their tops off. We're not asking them to do nothing, but literally just sit there, dance a little bit in a cute little top, look sex. Like, just look, look hot.
Just hang out.
Don't pop your top. Don't shake that. I mean, you can shake that ass as long as it's covered, but we're not here to exploit them. We're not here to try to, G-water them and do a P. Diddy after. We're not trying to do any of that. And Lummy, literally, I could have, like even the Merch Crick, because chicks feel less intimidated by chicks. So I could send like the Merch Crick and Maria Guatemala down there.
Let them pick the girls. That way they can't complain about them.
Not only do they pick them, but they pick them up.
Right, and become friends with them, and
be like,
not be
girls,
friends, but befriend them, and
exactly.
get along with them.
Whereas
It's a great
dumbass
idea.
Lummy rolls down there in this pickup truck, that automatically looks a little Jeffrey Dahmer shady.
Hold on, I did pretty well for the 5 months I
Lummy,
was doing
you
it.
did unbelievable. But it just, if we're going to take it to the next level
If you remember, Bo, I didn't get him in a pickup truck. I was paying for an Uber back in the day.
No, Lummy,
that Ubered him.
you did, and it cost you a lot of money, and I don't know if I reimbursed you for that or not.
No, I wasn't bringing that up for that point. I'm just saying, like,
yes, you
those
were.
strippers. I was saying we were creepy. The strippers were just out of control the last time.
We weren't creepy at all.
Yeah.
They were the problem.
Oh, yeah.
They're the ones that got so drunk and passed out and missed their shift. We didn't do anything wrong.
But I think what you guys are saying now with Maria Guatemala and Merch Crick kind of fronting them up, we won't have that problem.
Yeah.
Maria said it's fine with her to go get the girls, so that makes sense. Go get them, befriend them, pick them.
Maria, might be a little language barrier. I just want to let you know that Bubba is a little stiff, just like I am. I have one rule only, and that is my husband cannot speak. I will speak. And if there is a birthday party to be had, I will make the cake. I will make it really good.
Not without any kind of hyperbole. Her cakes are the coolest, nicest cakes I've ever seen a non $20,000 professional make.
I don't know. We should get a hold of Steve because he's in charge of all investments. Get a hold of Steve and said, Steve, let's open up a little cake boutique for her because she would kill it in South Tampa where all the rich people live. I mean, Dan, I've not seen professional bakers that have gone to culinary school that can outbake her.
No, and the style and the artistic talent of the cakes, you only see it's comparable on TV.
Her cake that
I think she went
made,
to culinary school, Bubba.
Okay.
She is. She's trained.
Okay, but I'm
In
saying
Guatemala.
in Guatemala.
Well,
what I'm saying,
it's
Dan,
like college in Guatemala.
Her cake that she made for you, which was a breast augmentation in progress.
Right. It was like a whole surgical suite.
It was probably the most. She had the utensils all edible gold. She had the slice underneath the fold of the boob that was already out, and you could see the implant in there.
It was awesome.
It was probably, honest to God, if you were to pay full retail for that, it was probably a $2,500 cake.
Oh yeah, all day long. And maybe that type of cake is really like a $3,000 or $4,000 or $5,000 cake. And imagine the kind of wedding cakes you could make. I mean, she could literally make, the three pyramids.
I got to get with Gloria Zach, Glowbug, Lummy, the girl that, she's Sue from the village. I'm sorry, the villages. From my mom's retirement community, Sue and Greg, that's her parents, and Sue is my mom's best friend. And Glowbug, Gloria Zach, she listens to the show, and she's one of the premier wedding planners in all of Tampa, Dan. And she now uses my friends from Coastal Tent who did, Brian Bernhardt and the guys who do my tents.
Mm-hmm.
And so I wonder if Glowbug knows about Maria's baking skills and
could start sending people to her way.
Yeah.
Exactly. And she could do a little side deal.
And Maria, you can get out of that hot ass warehouse that your husband, slave drives you in, and just start making cakes.
And have TikTok, Instagram, and just all examples of your artistic talent. And it tasted good too. The cake was delicious.
They're not only are they sightfully beautiful and unbelievable and unique, but they taste good. You hate to eat it.
Right.
You'd almost like Dan say, hey, listen, you know what? Make me a cake like that so I can freeze it.
Keep it forever.
And then just make me a regular, Publix, sheet cake that we can eat, that we can enjoy, because I didn't want to ruin her art when we ate your cake.
Did you ever save Christmas candy, but you saved it so long that it got destroyed?
No.
It dried out?
No,
or anything
times
like
weren't that tough for us. I know Arlene ran a tough shift, but Janie Cakes let us win. Hey, we can mow right through our candy. She didn't make us keep it. See, a lot of people don't realize is that Dan, Steven, and Jay, they led two lives. They really did. They led. Their dad was a big slinging D, head of surgery, worked for was the Buccaneers' first team doctor, was the longest tenured NFL physician in the history of the league. Was a doctor, was a surgeon, not just a doctor, an ear, nose, and throat dude, but was a full-blown head of surgery for several big offices, several big hospitals.
Yes.
And they would go to Dad's house on the weekend and live like kings.
Right.
Because Dad's richer than hell.
Right. We had a pool, jacuzzi, gazebos. We were on the golf course on a lake. It was a massive house.
He had about a hot 32-year-old, wife, that you guys were all looking at. And then
with giant breasts.
Yeah.
She was like Farrah Fawcett breasts.
Yeah. So then,
back when no one had implants.
Then you had to go back home to Arlene Monday through Friday and go to Northeast High School and
no air conditioner. We had ceiling fans.
No air conditioner.
She wouldn't run the air conditioner except for maybe 3 days a year.
She would run one based on how old you were. Arlene was pinched so many pennies and was so frugal that she ran a bath. And all three of them took turn. And Dan got to go first, Steve got to go second, and Jay always got the third regurgitated bathwater.
Yeah, it's like the stones at the bottom of the cement
so
truck.
After Dan wiped his ass and farted in it, and did all that, and Steve did the thing. So they lived. People don't think that the Diacos lived like a bunch of rich kids.
My mom took $1,000 a month, and she'd split it up in these little envelopes. She had this little wallet that had all these little envelopes, and she for food, for electricity. She'd take that $1,000, split it up, and when we ran out of money, we were out of money. There was no other sources, and we would get one pair of sneakers a year, and it was that pedophile guy, so we'd have to wear tank tops around him.
Right.
Not tank tops, I mean
Right.
tank suits.
And have to sit on his lap when he was on his pontoon boat.
Yeah, exactly. It was better than the pontoon. It was a good ski boat.
All right, still
better. But he'd have a Corvette and a ski boat to attract
you
kids.
want, Danny. You know he had his eye on you.
Yo, he was a groomer, bro.
A groomer. He had his eye on you.
Oh, yeah.
He didn't care about that little 85-pound Jay. He wanted that 115-pound Danny that had some muscles and stuff. Looked good.
Yep.
So anyway, Lummy, it looks like Maria Guatemala is good. I got to get a hold of the Merch Crick. I got to get a hold of Not a Fan. But maybe we could bring a couple Dollhouse girls in here. I'll get a hold of Warren. And, just kind of change it up a little bit.
There you go.
Perfect. Great idea.
Yeah.
Especially if you have the girls that are here already participate in it. Then they're invested in it, and no one can bitch and moan.
Bubba $199 this Friday, potentially with a couple Dollhouse girls. I'll start working that deal today. It looks like it's already been pre-approved from Maria Guatemala. But she should have her own cake business.
Oh yeah.
Right now she has to work like a human trafficked slave over in a warehouse, pack it and ship it.
Oh, she got moved out to a little teeny air-conditioned trailer outside in the parking lot.
Oh, is that what he did to her?
Yeah.
No Name Willie may not talk a lot, but he's stiff as hell at work. Woo, he's mean. He is mean as a snake. I'm telling you that right now.
Hey, Seth, we're going for a ride in a couple minutes. I hope you're getting ready.
Seth's gonna. By the way, make sure you tape it, Dan. Make sure you tape it, or
Yes,
Seth
sir.
tapes it.
How did this happen?
It happened when Dan was talking about his Cybertruck, and somebody hit his mirror and broke it. And then I was like, man, Seth needs to go drive that Cybertruck. Stretch out the legs a little bit.
That's
get
how
on.
it led to me. Is that somebody hit Dan's rearview mirror, and you said Seth needs to get in the Cybertruck?
Yeah, you've never experienced anything like this before. Why not experience new stuff?
Have
bud?
you been in a Cybertruck?
Yeah, I've not been in a Cyber, but I've been in my sister's Tesla.
Okay, well that's not the same.
Yes, it is.
Lummy, have you been in a Cybertruck?
Yes,
My
I've been in
sister's
Dr. Dan's.
Dan will testify that my sister's Tesla is probably a tad faster than a Cybertruck, just because of weight.
Does she have a Plaid?
Yes.
Oh, that is faster.
No, she doesn't. She's got the step below the Plaid.
Then it's comparable.
Okay. So I've been in it. I've gunned it. I know the feeling.
It's ridiculous.
Lummy, here is. I guess this is the Senator Black Bum asks the
Blackbird.
Oh yeah, I can't.
Sorry, the R in the end looks like an M.
I might as well call her bum.
A bum.
Black bum.
I don't know if she's Republican or Democrat. Doesn't matter to me. I don't see political colors.
Is realizing that human.
I'll tell you one thing. She needs to go see Dan for a facelift. Dan, what could you do with that mug?
She needs like lasering and resurfacing. Her skin is crap. Look at that neck.
I mean, you also
It
need
looks like an alligator.
You need to de-bulldog her, Dan. Don't you de-bulldog?
Yeah, we can help that.
Has ruined the lives and cost many lives.
She needs a neck lift.
Yeah. Well, these people in Congress are really old.
Do you do neck lifts?
Yes.
Are they easy, problematic? Like there's
No, they're not easy. It takes a surgeon that's been, years of experience to do a good job with a face/neck lift. And call me, 888-8-DIACOS, DIACOS.
Also, for you guys that are getting a little thin up top.
Right.
Dan's got that hair machine.
Women too. No, we take care of women. I have 2 women already lined up for hair transplants.
Women and children.
Come on, Donna.
And as we have watched this business become so enormous, $150 billion a year, and the human trafficking trade, this is modern day slavery. And we have got to put an end to this. And my goal is to make certain that we end it, that we protect these women and children.
Gooch, Suffering in Silence, says, why don't you have some hot male models for the female listeners?
That's why Macho Man's up on the DJ
Yeah,
deck.
Macho Man's our hot male model.
Glowbug85, $25 on the Bubba Army tips.
Thank you. And by the way, great comeback on that. Very rarely does Suffering in Silence gets faced. You just faced him.
Sorry.
That's why we got Macho
He's
Man
gonna
up
kick
there.
my ass now.
No, he won't kick your ass. I'm having lunch with him on Thursday, though.
Love you, Gooch.
That we free them from these traffickers and that we help them restore their lives. Now, what we have learned as we looked at this and how it had exploded.
She's talking about the Epstein list. Maybe she's privy to it that we haven't seen yet, and she's telling you what she's learned.
Into such an enormous business is, and the reason for the interest in the Epstein files is because he had built a global sex trafficking, human trafficking business. And getting to the bottom
now, do you think
he had
Uncle
built
Eric, $100
a
on the Cash App.
global sex trafficking, human trafficking business?
Dan, do you think that maybe this is so salacious and so sex trafficking that they're freaked out and they're trying to really, really cover their dot their I's and cross their T's because this is really far.
I think unfortunately, Bubba, this web extends way beyond anyone ever thought. And I think
as they
there's
started
so
peeling
many
it back.
people. Yep, and there's so many people that have some guilt in this that it's going to really be disruptive, I believe. But the other thing is that some people be like, whatever, we know, we care, we don't care. Society is so weird right now. If you leave a dog tied, you leave a dog tied to a fence, and the entire state wants to kill that person, and yet you have a guy that systematically trafficked young girls and maybe young boys to all these pedophiles for literally like 15, 20 years, and people are like, whatever.
Yeah.
It's old news. It's bizarre.
It's amazing as to what we get mad about.
Because
that story was too long. I had to get rid of it.
Yeah, no. Elon was on Rogan a couple of days ago. I sent you. Him and Rogan responded to the Epstein list. It was somewhat interesting. I mean, Elon is.
Get it to me. I'll play it next. Okay. All right.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
And everybody knows what it is. Yeah. It's terrifying. Yeah. It's terrifying that you do it so brazenly to a guy who was the president for 4 years.
Right. That lawsuit was funded by Reid Hoffman, who was a major Dem donor, and also an Epstein money. The plot thickens.
The plot thickens. Jesus Christ.
Yes.
It's just, it's so blatant. So it's so depicted founded.
What's up, Gucci-rama? Thank you, Uncle Eric. I haven't got anything on my PayPal today. Nothing. Not a one fucking thing, and I don't know that we've got anything on Bub Army Tips. And I didn't see Wizzy on here. Did anybody see Wizzy on here? Wizzy, are you mad at us? Me, in particular? Let me see what I got here. I got my fucking day. February. I got all that. Alright, so today I gotta go SCAG. Wednesday night. Hi everybody. Hi everybody. 8:41. We could hit it, guys. Hi CC Hall. We could hit a G ball, which would make Dan very happy. It's the poll. Oh, is it the poll that's doing it? Goal. Poll. PD Joe asks, did you leave a thumbs up? Oh, okay. Thanks. Thank you, Joe. Appreciate it. We are currently at 8:59.
Can Dan pee? Can Dan pee?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Did you get to drive it?
Yeah.
Is that not amazing?
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
8:62, 8:68, with 21 minutes left for Dan to break a G-ball. And Dan's been going through a tough time personally with mostly all these insurance companies. Dan, it's my understanding through Dan's handlers, which is basically Steve first and Jay second, that it's basically Steve and then Jay. Jay's a fence rider. Jay will either go right to Danny's side of the deal and back up Danny, and then Danny's cool, or he'll go right to Steve and Danny's screwed.
And it's hard to lose when it's hard to win when it's 2 versus 1.
There's 3. There's never a majority. I mean, you always are, one way or sometimes it's 2-1 Dan, sometimes it's 2-1 other.
Right.
And Dan's been trying to navigate through this insurance nightmare. Nearly $500,000 damage to his home. $600,000 damage. He's now like, screw it. I'm gonna I got to get it fixed. I can't be Johnny, blue tarp all my lawn. I can't.
Well, the rainy season's coming, and last time it rained, I had buckets and stuff because my house is like a sieve.
And so Dan's like, I'm going to fix it, then sue y'all. And if I prevail, it's going to be triple the damages.
Have you thought about starting a GoFundMe, Dan?
No.
Dan can't do that.
You could pass it amongst your rich friends, and I mean, just...
No.
He can make one phone call to Rob. He can make one phone call to Rob Elder. Rob Elder's the richest guy we know right now.
Yeah, sure is. But... I would if I did an OnlyFans. I'm not an OnlyFans. If I
He's thought about all options, from arson to OnlyFans.
Seth, it's right on top of his mind too. You could show some of your, Dan. There's good-looking men that show their wieners on OnlyFans.
Yeah, I don't know if you can, if your screen's big enough. But the problem with
your head, for your ego.
Imagine if Dan played the guitar with Danny Hendricks, like naked. I mean, that would. Whew.
I'll play guitar with it.
If you could super glue a pick to the gland of his penis,
right?
Play Eruption.
That'd be awesome. But if it was a GoFundMe, I would want to channel people to a GoFundMe for like a worthy cause, like a life-saving treatment for somebody, or someone that had a catastrophic loss that has no chance of recovery.
Liz
I'm the last guy that needs.
Liz
charity.
on chat says, "Oh, Dr. Dan OnlyFans, yes." I think there might be some girl just for the lady. I'm monitoring YouTube right now, YouTube chat. For the ladies out there, how would you feel about a Dan OnlyFans?
There's men that there's men that
only Dan's.
Yeah.
Only Dan. So anyway,
come on, keep liking 914. Come on, we're gonna stick it right in Brian's A-frame.
Man, you're looking like you might beat him because his was. It was 742, right, Lummy?
Yes.
742. He had a G ball at 742. You still got
18 minutes.
18 minutes. You're going to beat him, Dan.
Woo.
That's not going to build your house any faster, but at least you'll be able to know that you beat him at something.
Cheap Charlie 215 $20. Fun.
Thanks, Charlie.
BubbaArmyTips.com and also PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army. Let me. I got Fish on the J today. $25 on the PayPal. Thank you so much. So anyway,
we had fun.
Dan is going to sue the insurance company. They're going to lose. Dan, let me ask you a question. When you look at a lawsuit, your brothers look at a lawsuit with you, you look at your chances of winning.
Yes.
And you look at what your strong suit is, what your exposure is. And you then weigh that out as to if it didn't settle and it went to a jury trial, what do you think your chances are?
Right. And you have to assume that every case is going to go to a jury trial.
Sure. That's your starting point.
Right.
Not we're going to settle.
Strong arm you for a settlement.
We're going to strong arm you at mediation. We're going to strong arm you after a few little iggies come out in the deposition process. They use the deposition process to gather data so they can go to trial. The deposition process is what sets everything. Yes. That's where all discovery is. That's where your defense position is going to be. That's where your offensive position is going to be discovered through.
And the testimony is locked in. That's once you have a sworn testimony, you can't change your story anymore.
No, unless you want to perjure yourself,
right.
And then at that point, you've pretty much just blown your case because nobody can trust you.
Right, you lose your credibility.
So Rob Green, $100 on the Cash App.
Thank you, my man. Now, have you looked at this from a litigation aspect?
Yes, it's bad faith. They're trying to do everything they can. Woo! 1,000! And frame! Wow. 726.
Look at him.
Jesus. All right, let's move on. We need to buy a new mic box. All right.
Now Lummy, that Brian Gallimore, our Arizona birthday boy, who went 3,500 deep 2 years in a row and is now going to be officially sworn into the Hall of Fame this coming Barp. He's going to be here too as well. For a week or so was the by proxy championship strap holder.
Yes, he was.
But I think Dan has just taken it away from him. So Dan, if you'd like to make your way up to the stage,
I'd be honored,
and grab the belt. Dan, let me and write in your little notes before Macho Man throws them out that indeed Dan is the new World Championship Bubba Army belt holder.
Yes, sir. Also, what was the exact time that we're going to give Dr. Dan for that?
We're going to give Dr. Dan at 7:26.
Okay.
7:26. Jess Heat. I don't know who Jess Heat is, but she looks attractive from her little thumbnail. She said, came for the thumbs up. Now, does that mean does she orgasm? Or that she came here and participated in the thumbs up for Dan? Or that can be interpreted a couple different ways.
It really can.
You don't think it can?
Bob Green, $100.
Thank you, Bob Green. Love you. She said, quote, came for the thumbs up.
I think she wanted to just add a thumbs up. I think she was just adding a...
I thought maybe she orgasmed on Dan winning the thumbs up deal. That's how I'm interpreting it.
I mean, I guess it's always possible, Bubba, but I'm going to put my odds on that she came here to give it a real
participate and help Dan.
Yeah.
Chief Charlie,
Thank you.
215, $20.
Thank you, Charlie.
So Dan, you're gonna sue, and if they lose,
it's bad faith.
I mean,
it's triple.
I think isn't it triple damages?
Yeah, there's absolutely multipliers. So yeah, I think it's bad faith, and we have one of the best bad faith lawyers working with us, my cousin Scott Arthur. So it's actually something that we're good at.
Have you served them yet?
No, but I got my silver remedy notices out, so the clock is ticking.
Fantastic! Congratulations.
You have to do that. It's a statute in Florida.
Congratulations to Dr. Dan Diaco.
Thank you.
As him and Brian and I guess potentially Lasker and Tuttle.
Yeah.
Those would be the people competing in who can get to 1,000 thumbins first. The record was initially set by Brian the Babyface Shovelface Petroni last Thursday at 7:44. He had 7:42. He had 1,000. Dan failed a little bit yesterday. Gene failed. Gene was like 8:15 on Friday, and then Dan comes out like the boss hog that he is with we have it officially recorded at 7:26.
Yes, we do.
Congratulations, Dan Diaco.
Thank you.
I'm sure High Karate will be here momentarily.
Yes, he will, like an hour.
So this is...
There's a couple, I think there's like one or two.
Convicted felon. They kept saying convicted felon, convicted felon. And everybody knows what it is.
Yes.
It's terrifying.
Yeah.
It's terrifying.
I think this is... let me see if I can set the record straight. This is Joe Rogan, and he has Elon Musk on, which he has Elon on all the time.
Yes.
I think, doesn't Elon have a place in Austin?
Somewhere in Texas.
I think no. I actually think they moved the Tesla headquarters. To Austin.
And I believe the Cybertrucks are made in Texas too.
By the way, speaking of which, Seth, give us your Cybertruck experience. And you're not a big, motorhead, big gearhead. You just usually get in your car, start it, drive it home like Mr. Magoo. Not a big deal. Performance, you could care less about. As long as it rolls and it starts and it's dependable, that's all you really require of your Ford Hemi. And this is a whole nother deal. Give us your experience.
All right. Well, I had trouble breathing when I got done, so I don't know if that meant that I was holding my breath the whole time or if I hit some sort of speed that I've never been to before. There was that. It was incredibly fun to go that fast.
Felt like you're almost on like Space Mountain ride or something, right?
Yeah, I rode with Dan one morning. I don't know if it was the Porsche or Ferrari.
It was the SF90. Yeah.
Yeah. This was just as powerful.
It really is just as fast.
It's just as fast, but it's silent.
Mm-hmm.
It's like
I got scared when Dan told me to drive. But he, I seatbelted up, and then when we got back here, I was, trying to figure out how to park it. And he's like, "Just leave it." He's like, "It knows what to do.
Just get out."
Yeah. So
he drove over curbings and drove over landscaping.
He told me I could drive over curbs and stuff. I said, "Really?" And that's crazy.
See that blow out the Ford Hemi tires right there.
Oh,
you're
I hit a pothole. I'm done, man.
Yeah.
All the lights come on. Flat tire.
Isn't it unbelievable how fast it is?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It's
IP and pools, $10.
He literally screamed in ecstasy as he was driving.
I'm ready to have Elon's 15th child now.
Got the video?
Now, Dan, are you
Yeah, it's
ready?
uploading.
Are you ready to maybe kind of readjust your car holdings because you like this truck so much?
Well, Hurricane Helene helped force me to readjust my car holdings, and so the SF90 got killed. And
So, I mean, hold on.
RIP.
So the SF90 is no longer.
No, it's gone. It's been totaled. With 6 inches of water.
Did you get paid for it?
I got what Brian just got. Jammed right in the butt.
Really?
Yep. 200 jammed in the butt.
How about your Lamborghini?
That's still working great.
The SUV at Lamborghini. How about the Tesla? No, the old school Miami Vice.
That wasn't here. That was actually in Sarasota, so that survived. That's still alive.
You still got
the
that?
black Testarossa.
But are you? You should.
It's for sale.
I would.
It is for sale.
Okay, good. So all you really need is your Lamborghini and your Tesla truck.
That's all I need.
That's all you need.
That's all I need.
Convicted felon. They kept saying convicted felon. Convicted.
Right. So this is Joe Rogan, Elon Musk, Lummy, I think from a few days ago.
Yeah, he did that like 3.5 hours.
Felon.
It's pretty.
And everybody knows what it is.
Yes.
It's terrifying.
Yeah.
It's terrifying they could do it so brazenly to a guy who was the president for 4 years.
Right. That lawsuit was funded by Reid Hoffman, who is a major Dem donor.
Now, can somebody backfill me here what we're talking about?
So they were first talking about all the lawsuits against Trump, and then they started talking about the Epstein, why the Epstein files are getting help. Now, this guy that they just named who filed the lawsuits against Trump, I guess he's in the Epstein list, and he's going to explain it.
And also an Epstein client.
So
The plot-
also
the plot
Musk
thickens.
is trying to
The plot
explain
thickens.
maybe why they're trying to hide the Epstein list so much is because the guys that are on the list are the same ones that were trying not to get Trump in office.
So you're saying that the guys, there's some similarities with the people that are appearing on the Epstein list and the people that tried to sue Donald Trump every which way they could.
Correct.
34 counts, a 34-count felony or I should say felony conviction in New York. I don't think the Georgia stuff went anywhere, did it?
No.
That pretty much got thrown out, didn't it?
I think it did because of the lady.
And then the shammiest, well, I mean, the 34-count indictment based on having embellished the value of Mar-a-Lago when you just simply wrote down what the property appraiser
told
has denoted it to be. You got a loan against that property. You paid that loan off in good faith. You had the banks testify that you did not default on any of your loans. In fact, you paid them all off. So what's the problem? Well, they chump up 34 Trump, they trump up 34 deals on that. And then the most shammy of all is some old bag when there's no surveillance, there's no witnesses, there's no nothing. She says back in 1994, 96, something like this, that she was on the third floor of this real fancy department store looking for hats or something like that, and Donald took her back to the back and like forcefully made out with her and maybe touched her vagina. Now, okay, if you had footage of that, or you had a worker, or you had reported it, okay, maybe. But this came out of nowhere. We'd never heard of this before. And didn't she get awarded like...
a lot of money.
Tons of money.
Like a whole bunch of money?
Yeah.
Is that on
and
her
a second award because he said it was BS. They went back and want to give her more.
Now, I hope that she hasn't got anything. And is he appealing that?
I believe he is. And he has to probably put the money in a trust. And again, for a suit like this to go this deep and this much resources being allocated towards it, you would think it would be funded from an outside source.
Jesus Christ.
Yes.
It's just, it's so blatant. It's like
Yes.
so obvious. The SpaceX lawsuit, the Trump stuff, it's so obvious.
Yes. Like known Epstein clients who are obviously extremely powerful the powerful politically and very wealthy are Bill Gates, Bill Clinton, and Reid Hoffman, and some others too, but those three. So,
So how does the world look, Bubba, if Bill Gates and Bill Clinton go down? Two of the most important people of the last 20 years.
Yeah.
That's why this list is being so.
Be mindful that these are also two people that have heavily sued our current president in fear of potentially this Epstein list coming out, them being on it. So they tried everything to get Donald Trump hemmed up on, whatever they could. And, Elon's now exposing the fact. I didn't know that those people were behind the litigation of Donald Trump. I didn't know that. I didn't know that at all.
I didn't either.
Trump.
Do you think it's because they're worried about the list coming out?
Yeah. One of the reasons. Yeah.
Did this seem like a low energy interview?
It was.
Is it like
it's
that?
It's more of a like kind of in shock. Take your time, pace it out,
serious,
draw it out. Let's let it absorb, and not let's slow it down on purpose. So the absorption rate for effect.
Yeah, that's interesting.
It's for effect,
It was like that the whole 3 hours.
they're doing it well.
I mean, I'm like, this is So
It's so frustrating to be sitting in a situation where the list isn't coming out.
Well, it better come out. Hopefully tomorrow.
Well, I mean, why'd they release bullshit today?
I don't know.
Well, dump it. Sorry.
I think it should be one of the two.
I should be able to say that on regular radio.
What's the point in giving these people like a happy folder to wave around in front of the camera with nothing in it?
That's one thing that I'm a little kind of upset. Not upset about, but God, last week we had Pam Bondi that was
waving her little folder around.
Waving her little folder around. We had the Patel guy.
Is there a way we can blame this on Zelensky's outfit?
That's part of it, though, Seth. Absolutely. That's
a distraction.
Eating up so much of the news cycle.
That's a distraction.
Yes, absolutely. Just like that guy that was, acquitted of murdering that girl right before September 11th. No one even remembers his name anymore.
No. Doesn't make any sense.
Content?
It's not encouraging.
Like I said, it's the tough thing that they've got is, they've been made captain of a ship with a hostile crew.
Right.
So they don't have
So he's saying that all of Trump's new appointees, Marco Rubio, Pam Bondi, the Patel guy, the Bonagino guy, they are trying to get this list out, but the people that work, the underlings in the FBI that have gathered this list, have this list. They're not working in concert with the new bosses, and it's making for, some strife, if you will. Is that what he's saying, kind of, Dan?
Yeah, I believe, and here's the problem. Trump experienced this the first time. When the new administration comes in, there's going to be a potential percentage of people working in these entities that don't like the new administration, and they're going to slow play and obstruct and do everything they can to not help the new administration. I'm sure there were some hanger-oners from Trump that didn't help Biden at the beginning. And really what the presidents need to do is clean house when a new administration comes in if it's got a fundamentally different agenda.
It's not like you have magical powers. You get made captain of a ship with a hostile crew. You still have a hostile crew.
Right.
You've got to bring in people who are going to be helpful as opposed to obstructionists.
I mean,
well, you're saying,
no, but what I'm saying is is it ever going to come out? Because they had such enthusiasm a week ago. Why can't? And obviously Pam Bondi's seen it. Obviously Patel's seen it. Obviously Donald Trump's seen it. Obviously Elon Musk has seen it. Obviously, Marco Rubio has seen it. So
Bubba,
why
when you
can't?
say it, are you talking about the first 100 pages they released, or are you talking about the 1,000 or more pages that they haven't released?
I'm assuming they've seen it all.
Well, I don't think so because Pam Bondi didn't even know about part of it.
Yeah, I don't think.
Sammy, are they playing it? So are these remaining hostile crew, as Elon would say, Democrats, or I wouldn't necessarily say Democrats, but maybe carryovers from the previous administration? Are they the ones that are making it difficult to get all of the data?
Well,
and at that point, if you're the Patel guy, you're like, listen, I am the boss. The buck stops with me. I am the head of the FBI. I want every stinking last page that has to do with this Epstein investigation, and I want it on my desk in an hour. Period. I don't care if you work for Joe Biden, you work for Bill Clinton, you're the gardener for Hillary. I don't care. I don't care. I need this on my list, on my desk in an hour. At that point, I will have Pam Bondi, Marco Rubio, Trump, and everybody. We will go through it page by page if needed, but I need it all. And if you don't get it to me, it's a dereliction of duty. You're fired.
Well, Elon made in that interview, because I watched the whole thing and it was long.
Do you have any other excerpts that you need to send to me potentially?
On the Epstein stuff, no.
Okay.
But he said, he goes, look at my email I sent just asking for 5 points. He goes, they could have answered it just with nothing on it. He's like, we just wanted to make sure they responded. And he goes, the amount of people that didn't respond or put up a hissy fit just shows that they just don't want to work with us.
Oh, you mean the email that he sent to all federal workers that said, please give me 5 things that you did as part of your job last week.
And he said it just shows that they don't want to work with us.
Well, interesting that some people just didn't respond. And he was just really looking for his response. He didn't really want to read them.
I think you should fire him. I mean, like, if you didn't respond, you're fired.
Well, that's the thing. Is
period.
Yeah, that's what they were. That's
going to probably take. I mean, you can't fire thousands of workers. One person can't fire thousands upon thousands of workers that feel entitled, that still believe in the DEI hiring practices, that think that Donald Trump's a dick. I mean, there's probably tons of IRS and CIA and FBI and Homeland Security and ICE and Department of Education and Department of Natural Resources and head of transportation, NTSB, FAA. Think about how many federal workers didn't even respond back. So now you got to find who didn't respond, that roster, come up with that, right?
Yeah.
You got to probably have the head of every agency give you a list of everybody that didn't respond, because if you're Elon Musk, you don't know who the 18th in command at the national transportation, sector is, right? You don't know.
I mean, Ron, up in the cemetery, even
Captain Ron with
Captain
with the Kentucky waterfall.
Yeah, like Elon doesn't know who he is.
No, but he didn't have to know who he is because he responded correctly with 5 things that he did. You'd have to get a hold of Captain Ron's immediate supervisor and give Elon or his workers a list of the people that did not respond, and then you'd have to have a whole firing subcommittee in itself.
Yeah.
I think what he's saying, and it makes sense, is that he didn't really care what they said as their 5 things. He just wanted to make sure that there was a person there responding to the email.
Right.
And so if say he sent out 1 million emails,
and let's
say 100,000 never came back, then those 100,000 gets put in a separate. No, I wouldn't. No, that I think is too draconian. I would take that 100,000,
rewrite them,
and send a second email. And then fire the dumbasses if they don't respond the second time.
Like, listen, you may have missed my first email, but my first email asked for you to write down 5 things that you did as part of your job for the federal government last week. Could you please kindly respond to this email with the very same question? Look forward to your response, head of Doge, Elon Musk.
And Tampa Terry summed it up well. It was just a roll call. It was a roll call, and those people that didn't respond are considered absent. And if you don't respond the second time, you're considered unemployed.
But think about how many people that are federal employees, whether you're running some kind of WIC program, where single mothers are getting food stamps, or whether, there's just so many different categories within our government. We're so bloated with jobs and people working from home that I would be willing to say that there are a couple 100,000 people that have a job that don't do anything, that might even have another job that they do or go to while having a big time federal job. But because we've become so bloated and you can work from home and you really don't have to answer to anybody, and management, listen, leadership starts at the top. And when you're being led by a guy that's barely alive, what's that saying for your potential supervisor? And so, think about how many tens, if not hundreds of thousands of people that never do 1 ounce of work and gets a biweekly or weekly paycheck courtesy of the federal government.
Yeah, Bubba, I wonder how many jobs are kind of like that job that Gene Lasker had in New York, where you just had to stand on the clean dock and just kind of keep an eye on it and do nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, those are the types of jobs that I think a big percentage of people working for the federal government have. And it's just literally like a non-job job that they get paid $80,000 a year for.
Right.
I know for Trump's speech tonight, there's a few Democrats that are bringing like a park ranger from Utah that got fired and things like that. They're bringing him to the speech tonight.
Nice.
And did the park ranger from Utah respond to his 5 questions, or he just got the axe for
no?
Whatever
They got the axe before the 5 questions thing went out. Yeah,
for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Well, we have a problem. We have a problem on that side of the fence, good people getting fired, and then we got a problem on the other side of the fence, and that is bad people not getting fired. Right? I mean, so it's a mess. And then you got this Epstein file stuff that we don't know. We were told, and we're all just lathered up for it, that this thing's coming, and it's good, and it's juicy. And I don't know when it's coming. I don't know that it will come.
But Bubba, over the last 3 years, haven't you had to sort of tighten up your costs by at least 10% just to deal with inflation and all the new environment? And do you think it's really unreasonable for the government to also follow that same kind of mantra, saying, listen, things are really expensive, our debt's getting out of control, we're spending a ton of money on things that may be inefficient, let's just take a look at it. And of course, when you downsize, there's collateral damage, but no one's...
I think it's such a huge monster that it's going to take more than Ramaswamy and Elon to corral the corruption. It's so big that you might not be able to wrap your arms around it.
But if they even just drop the budget by 3 or 4%, it makes massive differences for the next 20 years. It's such a big difference. It doesn't take much to make change.
I'm all for it.
And I don't see people in an uproar. I don't remember people coming in and bringing unemployed people from Microsoft or Google or Meta or Starbucks when they had to downsize or be more efficient. So this is again gaslighting.
Ukraine's Zelensky says the end of the war with Russia is very, very far away. That's what he said yesterday.
He has a newer statement.
Oh, he does?
Yeah, he said he's ready for peace.
Donald Trump said Donald Trump.
Come on.
Upon that statement that we're very, very far away, Trump had this to say.
President Zelensky supposedly made a statement today in AP. I'm not a big fan of AP, so maybe it was an incorrect statement, but he said he thinks the war's going to
Looks like Bill Cower on the left-hand side, does it not?
go on for a long time, and he better not be right about that. That's all I'm saying.
So now Zelensky, you said, Seth, has since kind of rolled that back a little bit, and Zelensky looks like a real flim-flammy, I don't know, like he's a used car salesman just trying to get the best deal and not necessarily being as honest and transparent about it as he should be, kind of telling everybody at every step of the way what they want to hear. And I think Trump called him out, and I think he's in crisis control right now because he knows if he loses us, he's done. He has no chance.
I mean, he's got all NATO. I mean, it's still not us, but
he's a well polished. He's a well polished politician, and he's doing a great job. You never know he was a comedian in his first life, but I think his obstinance is going to be his biggest
I don't think he can
downfall.
cut. I don't think that Zelensky can cut the deal that he wants.
No, he wants it all.
And
deals. You don't ever get it all in a deal.
Right. What I'm saying is he is having a hard time grasping what the real deal might be. And the real deal is cutting a mineral rights deal with us so that we're present in Ukraine, giving up some territories that Russia has already taken over. And I think those are the two things: giving up some territory and allowing us to come in and get some mineral rights and dig and mine and be part of you have American bodies and American companies and American security there in your country while we're stripping your mines.
But Zelensky's bargaining position from the get-go was the following: I want Russia to give back everything they've occupied.
Not going to happen.
I want Russia to pay for all the damage that's happened.
Not going to happen.
And I want to guarantee that the United States is going to be here with NATO and defend our border to prevent any kind of further aggression.
And we can do that if you sign right here that we get all your lithium for the rest of the year, for the rest of the lifetime,
or half of it.
Yeah, we can get one of those done, but it's going to cost you.
But the thing is, and I don't understand why it doesn't seem so obvious to Zelensky, that if we have a giant financial commitment to eastern Ukraine, that Russia's not going to invade. We're not going to let Russia destroy our private mining operations in Ukraine. It's asinine. So that right there is the safety. Just like, Bubba, if you said, I was worried about people, I'm really worried about people, trampling on my yard, and then you become roommates with a cop. And what happens? Nothing anymore. It's all done. So all Trump was trying to say is, let me into your apartment, and no one's going to mess with you anymore.
I am roommates with a cop.
This is what what I heard about it is the point of being Zelensky not wanting to end the war is, if the war ends, then he has to open up an election. So that means supposedly he's not very popular, so he could lose, obviously, being the president.
If the war continues, he continues to be in power.
Correct.
When the war stops, now they're going to probably have an election.
Yes,
they're probably overdue for one,
and
he could potentially be ousted and no longer in charge.
Correct. That's the one thing, and then
that's not a democratic. That's not a Democratic or Republican thing. That's just a Zelensky thing.
Yeah. Then the second thing is a slush fund. All the money coming into Ukraine,
which is not well accounted for. All of it. Some of it is, but not all of it.
Now, does he have? I got to go into words. So we'll come back with a Casey Anthony thing. She's reappeared. She's going to start doing like a daily blog or some kind of deal from her car. Did you see that?
Yeah.
She said she's going to.
Is she living out of her car?
No. I'll tell you one thing Seth observed, and I agree. She looks like she's been hitting the gym.
Really?
Yeah.
However you get your mind off of killing your kid.
Yeah, right.
You want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past? Go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
She is? Casey Anthony?
That's what she said. She's going to fight it out for the little people.
Yeah. And if they don't like it, she's going to drown them.
How the kid died?
Oh, that was out. Yeah, Casey Anthony was drowning, right?
Yeah, it's really...
In the pool? Wasn't the pool drowning?
Casey Anthony?
In the trunk, right?
No, she did the chloroform.
Oh.
The Zanny Nanny thing?
No, what did she do? She tried to get her to sleep or something and gave her too much.
Xanax?
Was it chloroform?
No one used chloroform. I think it was Xanax.
Let me see. I forgot.
The Zanny Nanny was giving the kid Xanax.
No, there was no such thing as a Zanny Nanny.
I thought that was just her referring to giving the kid Xanax.
Well,
There's no nanny.
They went out and tried to find a woman that matched.
Right, there's no person.
And they actually found one, but she had an outlet. She like worked for but.
Yeah, what?
So I've never seen a video of you and I sitting so close to each other take so long. Is your site still showing that it's uploading?
The video?
Yeah.
No, I can't get in. I'm waiting for Merch Crick to or somebody to give me access. Because it's saying.
Well, I was saying even the text message that you sent me.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, that did some weird generated some iCloud link or whatever, but it makes more sense for me to put it up here. I just I haven't been able to get in officially. Official.
Yeah, because I keep looking. I'm like, okay, well maybe by the time the segment ends, I'll just be able to get it off here. Macho said try again.
All right, let me try here. All right, here we go.
Yeah.
Do the defense of the suit.
Right.
Don't they have a certain amount of time?
10 days. But
How
they
long
already
then?
they already got that one. This is the.
All right, baby. Let me in. Two-step verification.
Don't forget it next time.
BubbaArmyTips.com. Let me. Have we had any activity?
Skull bug. What else we got here? Trailer 215. Yale mouth to his ear. Rob Green,
Been longer.
100 on the Cash App, thank you.
Great Gene, for your arms. Some
There you
good
go.
Augers, his Bon.
Join the tips.
Dick Slave,
Thank you, Uncle Eric.
Stuck in, Full Synology. Billy 813.
What's up, Cable Dog?
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
This Friday night, Bubba 199. It'll be on Twitch and Rumble, and I think Locals. Is that it, Lummy? That's it, right?
Yes, sir.
Twitch, Rumble, and Locals. And you better catch it while you can, because we take it down. So if you don't catch it live, you won't catch it at all. And there's just legal reasons we have to do that. So just work with us. I'm going to contact Warren, the owner and general manager of the Dollhouse, and let me see if we can get a couple ringers in here.
There you go.
Pay them a little bit. You know, like most of these girls that are strippers or things like that, they're not used to just getting paid to sit and dance and look hot. They're used to getting paid by having to, take their jugs around the farm and, give you a little full friction lap dance and things like that. When we tell them we don't want any of that, we just want you to sit here and have fun, look hot. They don't seem to be able to comprehend that. But hopefully they'll be able to comprehend that. That's what I'm looking for. So, and it's already been approved by Maria Guatemala. So what else are you going to say?
There you go.
Casey Anthony, one of America's most hated women, rebrands herself as a civil rights advocate to oppose Trump. How's that going to work out for you? I mean, like,
get rich quick scheme.
I don't know. With the welcome to the resistance, Casey Anthony, the infamous alleged homewrecker and murder suspect who was acquitted in the death of her 2-year-old daughter, and one of the most hated women in America, is rebranding herself as a legal advocate for women and the LGBTQ people. Now, is she lesbian? Or is she queer? I mean, like what does...
I thought she was dating guys.
What does LGBTQ? Isn't it lesbians, gays, bisexual, transsexual, queer?
Yes.
I'm just...
+1.
Plus. And that plus could be anything. You could be like into dolphins or something.
Right.
Right?
Yeah, it's a dolphin
Hi,
effort.
I'm an LGBTQ plus.
Yeah, the plus is I rape dolphins.
Yeah, so here this is. So it's lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer or questioning.
Okay, or questioning. And I'm questioning a lot.
There you go.
So I guess we all might be, LGBTQ. Because I'm questioning, stuff.
Like sexuality?
Let me,
or the choices you've made in life.
Hell, yeah, you hit that one on the head, buddy. And it's all of this is because she likes President Trump. A friend tells the Post, this is my first of probably many recordings on a series that I'm starting. The so-called Tot Mom said in a TikTok video posted on Saturday, I'm a legal advocate. I'm a researcher. I've been in the legal field since I was having sex with Jose Baez since 2011. And in this capacity, I feel it necessary, if I'm going to continue to operate appropriately as a legal advocate, that I start to advocate for myself and also advocate for my daughter. Well, I don't know that you can advocate for your daughter.
Does she still have a living daughter? Does she have a living daughter now?
No.
She's childless?
Kids worm food.
Well, that's that one, but is there another one?
I don't think they ever found her.
No. That kid would have been taken away, I think. I mean, even though she was found innocent.
But Seth, I don't know that I think one of the reasons why she walked is because, did they find a body?
I thought they did find a body.
Hey, Alexa. Did
in a bag.
They find a body in the Casey Anthony situation?
From crimemuseum.org. After months of investigation focusing on Casey Anthony, Kaylee's mother, Kaylee's skeletal remains were found near her house.
Yeah, they found
in a bag.
Yeah, in a wooded area near the home.
Didn't her parents help her?
Probably.
Well, when I play the video that she cut a few days ago, it looks like she's blaming her parents. Her parents did it.
Yeah.
And she doesn't have a relationship with them because she's saying they did it and they're saying she did it. So that doesn't make for a great Christmas. You know what I'm saying?
No.
And she blames the dad.
I wouldn't let her babysit.
I wouldn't let her do anything. I wouldn't even let her do what she's trying to do. I hope people do not flock to her for the wreck on the side of the road factor.
No, they will.
For those of you who don't know, my name is Casey Anthony. She continued, my daughter is Kaylee Anthony. My parents are George and Cindy Anthony. This is not about them. This is not in response to anything that they have said or done. The whole point of this is for me to begin to reintroduce myself. At one, she is kind of hot. That'd be a good
blast her, right?
I'd blast her. Hell yes, I would. I mean, that one could get away from you.
Did you let yourself fall asleep next to her, though?
No. I'm telling her to take a shower, grab your cleats. Anthony claimed that she had decided to start this new video series after people chose clothes close to her were targeted and attacked recently. Okay, so you had a couple of lesbian and gay and queer friends that supposedly got attacked. Now, if they got attacked physically, I can understand your concern. But if they just got called a few names, please. I get called. You should see the names they call me.
She should have one of those invisible jobs with the government.
As a proponent, she might very well. As a proponent for the... Since when has she been the spokesperson or a proponent for the LGBTQ community? I've only known her as a horny party girl that potentially had something to do with the killing of her daughter. I've never known her to be lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, queer, or questioning.
Well, that's why
I've
she's
never known
reintroducing
that.
herself.
Oh, okay. So maybe after this long, hard path, Seth, she's now officially this?
She lives with a dude in West Palm Beach. She declared bankruptcy, and now she's trying to make her life better.
Okay.
Man, amazing she never left Florida.
I know.
No. If I was her, I would have moved to Alaska. I feel that it's important that I use this platform that was thrust upon me and now look at the blessing as opposed to the curse that's been with me since 2008, she said in a 3-minute video. Now, so this is her mom and everything. The reference of 2008 is when Anthony's daughter went missing outside of Orlando. Kaylee hadn't been seen for more than a month before her panicked grandparents called the cops. Usually the people that did it don't call the cops, do they? I mean, I guess maybe you do.
The arsonists often call the fire department.
And then sit back across the street and watch them put it out.
Yeah.
A lot of times cops, the way they do cop work nowadays is a lot of times they start scoping the perimeter of all the looky-loos to see, because like the Son of Sam and some of these killers a lot of times would kill and then blend in with the crowd and watch the investigation. The little girl's remains were found wrapped in duct tape inside a laundry bag a few months later. While Kaylee was missing, her mom, Casey Anthony, was spotted clubbing around the city and dancing on tables instead of looking for her daughter. Anthony was charged with first-degree murder, but acquitted. You know what? This was a prime, and if Jay was here, he might be able to comment on it. Hi, Karate. But this was a prime example of the state overcharging because they wanted first-degree premeditated murder, which would carry the death sentence, and they should have gone with like first-degree homicide or something like that.
Or negligent homicide.
Something.
They would have gotten her for 10 to 15 years.
Right.
They had just gone that way.
Right. But they went for full-blown, premeditated, going to put the needle in you, you're going to be dead. They went for the death sentence. They literally went for the death sentence, and they Listen, the guy that was the guy that was the judge, Blevins, he works for John Morgan now. At least used to. I think he might have retired. But the last time I was in John Morgan's office, which might have been about 5 years ago, he was there. He was, and he really wasn't trying any cases. John just used him as a PR guy because everybody saw him on TV. Grant Hill was there too.
Yeah, he works for him.
He was working. Grant Hill works for John Morgan. Yeah. I actually spoke to John Morgan yesterday. He's in Maui right now.
Nice. He was there 6 months out of the year.
He lives there 100. There's exactly how many days you can live outside of the state of Florida and still be a Florida resident. And he lives in Hawaii one less day than that. So like, you know what I'm saying? Like you have to live in Florida, I don't know, like 205 days or something in order to be a Florida resident. And he spends the most of it, like all of, I think he leaves, I think John Morgan leaves Florida like the day after Christmas, after all the grandkids and all the. Then he goes to Hawaii from like all of the remaining part of December, all of January, all of February, and all of March. And he comes back like April 1st, and then goes to then he always has horses because he I don't know if you guys know, but he's big into horse. He owns several horses, and then he always goes to the Kentucky Derby in May.
Nice.
A close friend of the 38-year-old Anthony tells the Post that the Anthony was motivated to act because of President Trump. What's he got to do with it?
She doesn't like him.
She's appalled, the insider said. Oh, as compared to she's appalled at Trump? Don't you think we might be a little bit appalled at her?
She was sexually abused by her dad, Bubba.
That's what they all say. First thing they say, as soon as you get busted doing something really sick or bad, here comes the my dad touched me.
If you kill your kid, I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt that your dad touched you. Something's off. There's got to be a reason.
Well, you think the
But-
Menendez
but-
brothers
but-
were touched? I mean, that sounds like they were
Well,
touched.
hold on. Yes, but the new guy ain't buying it.
He's buying it. He's just not saying that's a valid excuse for murder.
She wants to speak up for many people who don't have a voice. She's got a lot of friends in the gay community, and she wants to use their influence to help. To me, it sounds like she's using the gay community to propel her to something that she ain't got. She's got a voice, and maybe she can stand up for other people. Well, what about standing up for her kid that was wrapped up in duct tape and thrown out in the woods?
Well, she's trying to give her a voice now, she said.
Do you have the video of her?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She wants to fight Trump. Well, good luck on that, buddy.
Yeah.
She figures she can either be angry or she can be or she can be a Trump hating advocate for others. She'll use her. Boy, you know what? I gotta think that she's really picking. Like she's not really thinking this one out. You can be
She doesn't seem to be a critical thinker, though,
Yes,
Bubba.
you're right, Seth. And you can be an advocate for the LGBTQ community and not necessarily have your wrath on, Trump, unless you find Trump so polarizing that it's going to help your business. And I guess maybe people that are in the LGBTQ whatever, do they hate Trump?
I think as a group they do.
It's my understanding that he doesn't have a problem with them.
He just doesn't want to give them extra rights.
He just doesn't want
super rights.
Boys playing against girls. The only thing that I know that he doesn't like, that you guys might like, is that he doesn't want, Johnny playing with Jennifer in softball and Johnny hitting dingers every time he comes up.
Which seems reasonable, especially if you're a woman.
Yeah.
I mean, you would think that 50% of the people in this world would say absolutely 100%.
If I'm Donald Trump, lesbians, check. Bisexuals, check. Gays, check. Transitioning people, as long as you're not playing sports against your opposite sex, check. Queers, check. Questioning. I ain't got no problems with any of us.
How could someone compartmentalize what they did and live the rest of their life?
Oh my God!
Well, that's exactly what she did, Seth. She compartmentalized it and buried it in her subconscious, and so
Anthony,
and that's assuming she's guilty. And in my opinion, she had something to do with it. Obviously she was acquitted and she's innocent until proven guilty. But I think she had some, malice in this.
Here's what I understand.
Event.
Nobody took the rap for it.
No one.
So here's what I'm saying. Let's say she's innocent. Well, then that means that her mom and dad did it. Because they didn't, within the trial, they weren't able to show any other DNA. There wasn't a phantom person's DNA. There was, it was either, there's only one of three people that did it. Herself, her mom, or her dad. And when she was acquitted, because the state overcharged and went too hard in the paint, why didn't they immediately start concentrating their efforts on the mom and the dad? Because you have a body, you got a body, and you got three people. And those are the only three people that know of any of this. There's no aunt or uncle that saw her 2 days or 3 days before. There's nobody. There's three people. There's the mom, there's the dad, and there's Casey Anthony. So Here's the thing. All three walked. I mean, how could Florida have botched this up anymore? If Casey Anthony didn't do it, then who did?
George Zimmerman.
No. Yeah.
They were around the same time.
That's where all the stories were coming out of Orlando.
Anthony has continued to stay in the public eye. Okay. Anthony's murder trial was a media circus with an estimated 40 million Americans watching at least part of the trial. The jaw-dropping not guilty verdict was viewed by nearly 100 million. Almost the same amount of people that watched the Super Bowl watched the verdict. Anthony has continued to stay in the public eye, most recently moving in with a father of two, causing him to blow up his marriage of 22 years. Oh man.
Oh, she's wrecking marriages now.
Wait for those two kids to come up missing.
Dude, you are one horny, stupid idiot.
Yeah, you're talking to me or her?
Yes, everybody.
Both. Say it.
To put your kids around.
Man,
yeah.
If you're a dad, you've been married 22 years, you got 2 kids, and you've blown up your spot. So, and your new girlfriend,
dude, I don't care how haggard your wife is, man. She's not going to kill your kids,
right? And she's your kids' kids. I mean, she's your kids' moms.
Yeah.
But Anthony wants to change the public perception of her by offering her words unfiltered to the masses, but she will not share everything about her life. Yeah, she's not going to tell you who killed her kid.
No.
I'm proverbially standing up in the light, embracing peace until still going to keep my privacy intact. Your privacy's not intact. 100 million people watched you beat the system. Everybody hates you. You got a handful of gays, lesbians, bisexuals, queers, and questionables that like you. You got a handful. You got 3 or 4 of them that were harmed in some way, shape, or form. I don't know about physically, but maybe at least mentally. And you're sticking up for your LGBTQ friends. That does not make you well-liked. That does not mean people are going to be wanting to listen to your nonsense. Most people think that I would say 90% of all people, Republican, Democrats, men, women, think that either you or your 2 parents killed your child and that you got away with it.
And on the gay thing with Trump, I got to point out that he did hire the Department of Treasury as a homosexual man.
There you go.
And he's in Trump's cabinet.
And how about the African-American woman that he hired to be the new pardon czar?
That's right.
How about that? Some woman that got hemmed up on some weed deal and was sentenced for 22 years, but had served 22 and had another 22 coming. And he says, "You're not guilty, honey, and you're going to be my new pardon czar."
And Musk is on the spectrum, so...
Here is
perfect.
He's got the trio.
Here is
the gay man, the black woman.
This is Casey Anthony, and she's got 25. Let me just refresh this. See if I got. Okay, hold on here.
Her daughter would be 20 now. I mean,
her daughter would. She's got 26,000 people that have liked this, and this is her message to us.
I sweat to death. Okay. Today is Saturday, March 1st, 2025. This is my first of probably many recordings on a series that I'm starting. I am a legal advocate. I am a researcher. I've been in the legal field since 2011.
I started screwing Jose Baez in 2008 to get off of these. They said that there was a lot of that going on, Lummy.
Yes.
That she had sex with Jose Baez to pay off some of her bill.
Yeah, it came out during a bankruptcy case.
Right.
And in this capacity, I feel that it's necessary if I'm going to continue to operate.
I got to tell you, man, she looks good. I mean, I got to sit here and be Johnny, poopy pants and just, take out a crap on the whole deal. I got to tell you, physically, she looks great. Looks like she's been lifting a little bit. I wish I could see a little bit of them jugs.
She does look good, and she doesn't look like the old Casey.
No.
If she just kept her mouth shut, she could have had a normal life.
Right.
Get a real job
Appropriately, the
instead
legal
of some influencer for the obscure.
She doesn't want to work. She wants to be an influencer for the LGBTQYZ people, and those people don't need it. They don't need you to be their spokesperson. They don't need some child killer to be sticking up for them. The lesbians and the bisexuals and the gays and the queers and the trans and the questionables are doing just fine without your stupid ass getting on a Substacked channel. You're not even on I guess, Lummy, is it going to be on TikTok?
TikTok, yep.
Okay, there you go.
That I start to advocate for myself and also advocate for my daughter. For those of you who don't know, my name is Casey Anthony. My daughter is Kaylee Anthony. My parents are George and Cindy Anthony. This is not about them. This is not in response to anything that they have said or done. That's not to say that I'm not going to respond at some point to some of the things that they have said and done. The whole point of this is for me to begin to reintroduce myself. I'm doing this both personally.
Now, Dan, could she go through what happened? Because there's no such thing as double jeopardy.
Arguably, yes.
And again, there's double jeopardy laws where if you've been acquitted for something that the court said you didn't do, and literally the next day you had a press conference and said, I did it and got away with it. Less some appellate issues, isn't that what double jeopardy is all about? You cannot be tried for a crime that you've already been cleared of.
Yes.
So she could be like, hey, I'm just going to tell you, if you're going to duct tape your kid, you might want to use this brand. It worked real good for me.
Yeah, I don't know if she's going to do, commercials for Gorilla Tape, but
no, she's not. She's not.
She should disappear. She should disappear. She should thank the good Lord that she didn't spend the last 15 years in jail, or worse, be sentenced to death. And she should just try to, again, fade into the world. The last thing we need is to highlight her silly ass.
Personally, for me, but in a professional capacity. Moving forward, the majority of what you will see will be me speaking in a professional capacity. My goal is to continue to help.
And who are you to speak to anybody in a professional capacity? You're not professional in nothing except kid killing.
She
should send her to Ukraine.
Well, she took the wrong route. She took the wrong route. She should have just went OnlyFans. I mean, she could have made a ton of money on OnlyFans.
Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah!
And she's looking pretty good.
I'd pay $9.99 a month to see her kick out wide.
She doesn't look anything like the old Casey.
Yeah.
She really could
good.
be a completely new person if she wanted to.
She's so damn good that she was able to lure a guy that was married for 22 years and with 2 kids away from his, long in the tooth wife, and got him a new little sporty piece of ass.
How old is she?
I think she's 40.
38.
38.
Wow.
I was close. 38.
People
I will tell you this too. She's pretty well spoken. I mean, she's
a psychopath.
Yeah.
Give people tools and resources.
Most psychopaths tend to be well spoken.
I mean,
look at you.
Just by her cadence, I mean, I could tell how highly disturbing she is.
Yeah,
She looks angry.
That they can utilize, so they actually know where they can turn to. So with that, please join me on Substack. If you have,
has she got her turn signal on? It sounds like she's got her turn signal on. Listen.
Questions, I will set up an email address where we can correspond directly. Up until this point, that has never happened. And it's only going to be on a limited basis regarding legal issues, legal matters. One of the main reasons that I'm doing this
is because I'm broke, and I think I can bamboozle people into a quite a very large following here on TikTok. Now, if I'm looking at, has she cut other videos? Because are these other people just doing memes?
They're just doing memes.
Because this one's got almost 500,000 already.
Yeah,
so
this
people
one
are
has
just
3.1 million.
She's just gonna give people memes, meme material. Is she not?
Of course, yes.
There are people close to me who have been targeted and attacked recently. There are also people close to me who have had some recent things occur, and when necessary, people needed to step up, myself included. So,
but who are you? Who?
She's been in the legal field since 11, man.
Yeah, right.
Giant lever blinker on.
Listen, if Jay does this, or you do this, or Steven does this, or Norm Cannella does this, or Kevin Hazlett does this, or even Tom Bean, who should be a lawyer, okay, well then it's coming from somebody that knows their way around the legal system. But from a woman that was acquitted for killing her kid, and probably did do it, and that's your only claim to fame, other than breaking up a marriage of 22 years? Who do you think you are?
Hong Kong Fooey's here.
As a proponent for the LGBT
his microphone's up.
LGBTQ community, for our legal community, women's rights. I feel that it's important.
Man, I hope America boycotts this and clowns this bitch. There's just some people that don't deserve a second chance.
What kind of memes are being made?
I don't know. We'll go back and see.
I use this platform that was thrust upon me and now look at as a blessing as opposed to the curse that it has been since 2008.
You mean since you killed your kid?
With that, these aren't going to be perfect. They're not going to be edited. Most of the time, they're not going to be short. But I am proverbially standing in the light, embracing this piece, still going to keep my privacy intact. So you will get very comfortable with my car. And
so you're just going to do all of them from your car with your turn signal flashing?
I will explain in great detail why it's so important for people to protect their privacy. It's not just important.
I feel like it's just word salad. Like, I'm going to explain this. I'm going to explain that. I'm going to stick up for these. I'm going to stick up for those. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. You ain't doing nothing other than trying to get a big audience on TikTok so that you can monetize that, all under the names of sticking up for some lesbians, some bisexuals, some gays, some trans, and some queers with a questionable kicker.
Important to public figures. It's even more important to private individuals. And with the current climate in our country especially, it's that much more important, which is why I am utilizing the Substack platform.
Yes, it's important to not throw all your business out there online and to keep somewhat of a low profile. But you're not doing that.
Yes, I am.
Let's talk about how you broke up a 22-year marriage and the guy's got 2 kids that you're now officially potentially the stepmom to.
Can the LGBTQ community plus community reject her advocacy?
But here's the thing, Jay.
We don't need you.
But they're so wanting somebody of some type of name value to wrap their arms around them. They'll take this.
Really?
Yeah,
I mean,
they will. They'll take it.
Advertising this and publishing this on TikTok, possibly also through other meta platforms, but my intention is to separate from that and showcase even more why Substack is.
You know what she should have done, Dan? Is she should have gone to legal school, law school, became a lawyer, and do it that way. Because she seems pretty smart, and she seems like she knows her way around the legal system as much as she's been exposed to it, and she should be doing it that way.
The problem is that would have taken 7 years, because I don't think she went to college. So she would have had to go to college and then law school, and she doesn't have 7 years of patience.
It's true.
She's trying to do this. She doesn't even have enough patience to edit the
She's
stupid
trying to
video.
do a quick grift money grab.
Yeah, that's all this is.
Which I'm
This
familiar
isn't
with.
work. Put the work in, bitch.
Moving forward. Anyway, I appreciate your time, and we'll see how this goes.
Yeah, monotone psychopath.
Not compelling.
These are some of the memes.
Casey Anthony, I don't know how you got here.
This is going to be, she's just going to give fodder for some, really,
good.
People said she's going to be good for TikTok because she's going to create all these people like this being able to just cut her to thread.
They're saying Casey Anthony is what America needs right now because it can bring the right and the left together by both hating her.
Do you know what? I agree. That is so dead on.
I'm with you.
That is so spot on. Republican, hater. Democrat, hater.
Independent,
hater. Nobody likes her.
You can run on the I Hate Casey Anthony platform and you could get, you'll get voted in every time.
But you need to be up out of here by 5 o'clock. I don't even have
I love this.
Any words. Let's listen to what she had to say.
I am a legal advocate. I am a researcher. I've been in the legal field since 2011.
By the way, this woman has over almost 500,000 views on this Lemmy.
And in this capacity, I feel that it's necessary if I'm going to continue to operate appropriately as a legal advocate that I start to advocate for myself.
Jay, you're in the legal business. What's a legal advocate?
Not her.
What I'm saying, isn't that such a loose net term that Pitty could be that, I could be that, Krista could be that.
Pitty's a legal advocate for surfers.
Candle's a legal advocate, but just based on who her husband is.
For country moms.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's such a anybody can be a legal advocate.
It's ludicrous. It's absolutely insane.
And also advocate for my daughter. For those of you who don't know, my name is Casey Anthony. My daughter is Kaylee Anthony. My parents are George and Cindy Anthony. This is not about them. This is not in response to anything that they have said or done.
I love this black girl. She looks like she's in the back seat. I love her.
I know. Everyone like has a devil on her shoulder.
I think this is brilliant. I think this is absolutely brilliant.
That I'm not going to respond at some point to some of the things that they have said and done. The whole point of this is for me to begin to reintroduce myself.
No.
I'm doing this both personally for me, but in a professional capacity. Moving forward, the majority of what you will see will be me speaking in a professional capacity.
Okay.
She's a great speaker, though. She didn't say or one time.
She is.
She kept her train of thought. I mean, you have to give her some props for being actually boring, but classically a very very
and as
good
unscripted
speaker.
as unscripted as that was, she kept it flowing. She was on point,
and she didn't say one time.
I don't know if she rehearsed it. It looked like it was pretty much right off the cuff, in my opinion. So she's a hell of a speaker. I just wish that she could, use her resources in a different way. Because to me, it looks like a money grab. Looks like, she's automatically wrapping her arms around a very easy group, a group of people that really, really will, that really, really will allow anybody to wrap their arms around them.
I think she's like Hillary Clinton. That just because she banged the president, she thought she could be president. And just because she banged a couple lawyers, she thought she could be a lawyer.
Jay, Dan, I'm going to have to disagree. Hillary Clinton didn't fundamentally kill her kid.
No, but she thought she could be president. Just like this dumb bitch thinks she could be a legal advocate, Aaron Brockovich.
Yeah.
Who became a lawyer.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, this girl won't put the work in.
She wants to, listen, Seth's right. The long play is doing it to what you're doing. The short play is to let's see those jugs and kick it out wide for $9.99 a month on OnlyFans. I'd join.
That wasn't my idea, was it?
I
didn't hear that.
Yeah, it was.
It was unifying.
You're like, let's go OnlyFans on her.
That was me, but it's all right.
Oh, it was you, Lummy?
Yeah, we'll put on Seth.
I'm sorry, Seth. You were thinking it though, Seth.
No,
Seth,
Bob, I don't want to.
Here's the deal: if I was,
Plenty of stuff
if
to
she
jerk
was
it
on,
to.
if she was on OnlyFans, and I was if she was on OnlyFans and I was signed up, and I said, "Hey, Seth, you want to take my phone and look at Casey Anthony's OnlyFans? I'm subscribed." Tell me you wouldn't say. Tell me you wouldn't get a little look-see on that gimmick.
Yes, I would look at pretty much any naked woman, Bubba. I mean, but I'm not paying for it.
I know I'm paying for it.
Yeah, I mean
I'm giving you my password to go check it out.
Yeah, I don't.
You're a password stealer. You know you are.
What the hell?
You'll take a black market password all day.
I guess so.
I think her and George Anthony should. I mean, her and what's
George
that?
Zimmerman?
I think her and George Zimmerman should hook up and have a baby.
Oh God. That's horrible.
But she should be in prison because the state overcharged. And Jay, like when you were driving in, you may heard me say, but like, okay, if she was acquitted, why didn't the state immediately switch gears and go with the mom and dad? Because there's only 3 people that had custody of that child. There's only 3 people, 4, including the child's. There's only 4 portions of DNA that was at the crime scene. There was only 3, there's only 3 people that could have done this. Why, when the state got their ass kicked, did they get it kicked so bad that they couldn't go back for a second bite at the apple?
Yep.
For real.
They were so publicly humiliated by overcharging her, like you said. You are 100% correct. They overcharged her with first-degree murder without including any lesser-included offenses. And so the jury had no option other than first-degree murder or acquittal. Once that happens, if you try to now prosecute somebody else in the same courthouse, guess what the defense is? The reasonable doubt. They already tried somebody else and they lost. It's not us, it's her. And so the Anthony parents would be able to blame her in their trial, just like she was able to blame them in her trial. So my recollection is there wasn't a bunch of forensic evidence that pointed to the grandparents. It was that there were some odd allegations made that, if you remember, they came out in opening statement. No one had ever heard of the sexual assault allegations from Casey until the morning of opening statement.
Dad.
Right. And so that was a
Can I
blindside.
ask you a question?
Sure.
If you're going to use that, this is a legal question. If you're going to use that as your opening statements, where this woman right here, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, was sexually abused by her father, who sits right over there. If you're going to come up with that allegation, don't you have to let the defense know? Or can you just roll that out like that?
You know, it's interesting.
It's very unethical.
In a civil suit, we all know what the themes are. You've been there. And so we all know what the issues are, and we ask to keep certain things out and allow certain things in during opening statement. But I don't think that there's the same type of disclosure requirements in criminal law, because there's a right to remain silent. And so they came up with this theory of defense right at trial, which is not based upon her testimony. She didn't have to get up there, violate her right to remain silent to testify to this. Other people came in to support these allegations.
Did the state mess up by not immediately objecting and calling for a sidebar or something by saying, Your Honor, this is out of nowhere. There's been no substantial evidence that backs this. Mr. Anthony was never interviewed for that allegation. There's no record of this. I mean, if you were the state of Florida and they had come up with that on open, would you not just gone back crap crazy?
Yes, and if I remember correctly, they did. And I think there was a big, 10-minute hearing in the middle of the opening statement, and I think the court allowed it.
And here's the thing, even if the court hadn't allowed it, you still got it out.
And that's the Menendez one. Same thing.
So here's the deal. Even if Judge Blevins or whatever said, okay, after the two lawyers and I have had a sidebar and I've listened to both sides, strike that.
Mm-hmm.
And so please strike that. That is not to be considered in your sentencing, yada, yada, yada. But they still got it out.
Yes. And
the jury still heard it. And they can't unhear it. Even though they're supposed to unhear it, you can't unhear nothing.
And then when you ask a judge for a curative instruction, all you're doing is highlighting how bad this was. Your Honor, please highlight to them to ignore this evidence that you're going to now highlight for them. It's the most absurd position to be in.
That might have been brilliant on Jose Baez's part, right?
He got it in no matter what.
Yeah. Even if the judge strikes it and says that allegation cannot be used in determining your verdict, you still got it in. And it's still going to stick in the back of their mind. But that's really dirty pool for you to accuse. Nothing's worse as a man for you to be accused of something like that and you're innocent.
Especially with your own daughter. Especially with your own daughter by blood.
Exactly.
And they had been defending her. Do you remember they were having all these types of services out in front of their house? They were wearing the Casey Anthony shirts or the Kaylee Anthony shirts, and they were really supportive of her. And then all of a sudden this came out at trial. It was a bombshell.
I just want her to tape her conjugal visit with Luigi.
Let me do some words. Trump pauses all military aid to Ukraine after heated Oval Office meeting with Zelensky yesterday. And there's a few other things we want to talk about as well.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
They said he signed the deal.
If I'm not mistaken, he said that he's ready to sign the deal this morning.
Yeah.
Smart.
But Trump's going to leave him on red for a few days.
I think he is too.
Yeah, he's not.
He may have to just deal with his underlings forever.
Oh,
I don't know that he's going to get to see him very often.
Yeah, Zelensky changed his mind yesterday, I think.
Dude, I wonder if Zelensky puts a suit on. If he comes back to
I
sign
agree. You know what? My question is, does Elon put one on tonight to go to this State of the Union
Oh, he's
thing?
got to. Yeah.
He has to, especially after they clowned out Zelensky like that.
Yeah,
he wore during the
New Year's Eve.
inauguration.
Also New Year's Eve. I think he wore a tuxedo. Maybe.
I hope.
How about just Elon doesn't wear a hat tonight? Is that even if it's a MAGA hat?
No dark MAGA hat tonight, Bubba. Morning, everybody. 1,300 likes. Y'all kick ass. Incredible. Why is Rumble only at 146, guys? .3 by 842. That's incredible, everybody. What's up, Z Thomas Gilson? Sicilian Redneck, good morning. Shaka brother. What's up, Creatine Travis? Thank you for getting a hold of Steven. Creatine.
It's kind of a hack to the system where if someone can get an NGO stood up.
What's up, Dave Rock?
Like George Soros is really good. Like George Soros is like that. The system hacker. Like he's trying.
What's up, with Holyoke Joe? Highway 73. What up, in New Jersey? I guess you're not there, your brother is. What's up, Big Longer? Gruber Lips. Tim Pateri. What do you guys think? Does Elon wear a suit tonight? I think he's got to. What do you think, Dan? I don't think he can go to the State of the address, the congressional address without wearing a suit. You better wear a suit. I just think after Zelensky got punked out so much.
He also wore a suit to like all the other stuff.
What up, Fred?
Yeah.
Just got to sign out real quick.
Zelensky wore a suit when he played the piano with his penis.
Did it?
Zelensky.
Oh, that's right. That was his comedy routine. It was like Ukraine's Got Talent, and he like 3 comedians came out with like these things behind a piano, and they had looked like they had no pants on, but they had the top of a suit on, and they were doing this like like
oh my God, Twinkle Twinkle Little Star with the dicks.
Yeah, Twinkie.
Oh yes, I have to see it.
All right, Lummy.
J. All Bronco.
Yeah, I got it.
Ned's Rusty.
Should be good.
There you go. Thank you.
What are you talking about?
We're talking about Twinkle Twinkle Little Penis with Zelensky. I'm sending it to you now.
My God, we caught it.
We're talking about what?
We caught it.
Zelensky playing the piano with his penis.
That was play balls.
And Ukraine got.
This is
how he got popular.
And we wonder why he's a fucking laughing stock.
You won't even believe it,
Is
Bob.
it
It's
real?
so bad. Yes, it's real.
Are you sending it to me?
I just sent it to you.
This is, well, he was a star, like a semi-famous star in Ukraine before he became president. And this is one of the things that made him famous.
What if Zelensky wore a tuxedo shirt when he goes to sign the minerals deal?
I would fucking love that.
Just a tuxedo shirt.
Yeah.
Yes, here it is. Oh, look at that. That's so bad, dude.
Jesus.
This is 2016. This isn't that old.
This is right before he won the election. The perfect call was when he won the election, Danny. He called him and said, by the way, now that you're the president, you should look into this Hunter Biden thing, which turned out to be true. There's a deeper thing than just this war with those two.
I know. It's like Ryan Mandel being president. What?
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Clem Kush today, Operation Pigmentation as well. Anywhere you get your podcasting, whether it's iHeart, Spotify, Google Play, Apple, just type in The Bubba Army. You'll see that we have thousands of we're well over 1,000 episodes, aren't we? Like, Seth, I mean, like, we're well into the I mean, I know we're like 8 or 9 million downloads, but I think we're like well into the thousands of episodes, are we not?
1,310.
Yeah, there you go. So
incredible.
you got 1,310 things to choose from. Today's release will be Clem Kush, and a lot of times Kush will go ahead and back that up with a almost like a double header with a pigmentation, or a lot of times he'll say pigmentation for tomorrow. It's just based on how he's feeling.
I saved it for Friday last week.
There you go. You're a mover and a shaker. So I didn't know this. I didn't know if Seth found it or Lummy found it or who found it.
I found it with Macho Kicker. Macho technically is the one who pointed it out again. I guess it was on Jesse Waters too. So
Zelensky, the now president leader of Ukraine, who came over here and made an ass out of himself, who, by all accounts, from what I'm hearing, is now ready to do what our president proposed yesterday. He's ready for that now. Mm-hmm. As much of a little sawed-off prick that he was being to J.D. Vance, and just, I mean, the Oval Office thing didn't. The Oval Office appearance with Zelensky, Marco Rubio, the vice president, the president, the ambassador to Ukraine, just all the big slinging D's did not go as planned at all. It couldn't. In fact, it couldn't have been worse for Zelensky. Trump tried to tell him, you don't hold a lot of cards here. You gotta. I'm trying to help you, and we got a way that we can do that. Zelensky acted like a little baby. He's not getting his way. Well, you know what? I mean, if you roll back the clock or you roll back time as to what Zelensky was, he was a comedian on what looks to be like maybe America's Got Talent.
It was Ukraine Got Talent.
Okay, there you go. Ukraine's Got Talent. And this is from 2016. That's only about what? 9 years? 9 years ago?
Right before he won the election.
Yeah. So right before he won the election, he's playing the piano with his penis.
And one of the things that Trump was saying is they haven't had another election since he invoked martial law 3 years ago. And so because of martial law, he says there's no voting in this democracy.
Well, Lummy had brought out to the fact that reason why Zelensky wants to stay in war is because it makes them stay in martial law and allows them not to have elections. The minute that they're not in war, they're due. They're already 1.5 years, too late on their election cycle. That it looks to be potentially, when this is rectified, when this is a ceasefire and an agreement is in place and everything goes back to normal, wherever territorial lines are drawn, whatever deal you cut with us, whatever deal you cut with Putin, when the deal is finally done. And I think that we all would agree that that's probably going to happen here relatively soon. I would say that probably within the next month or so, they'll have this thing hammered out. Especially with Trump's involvement. He likes to the sooner he gets it done, the better he looks.
Oh, yeah.
He wants the ceasefire to stop. I mean, honestly, if anyone really looks at what Trump has said consistently, I do believe he just wants the dying to stop. Yeah. That's why he wants to start with a ceasefire. Then let's work the deal out. So I do think that's, maybe it's to his personal benefit, but I don't think when he says, let's stop the killing, that he's thinking about, hey, how can Trump look better?
No, but here's the deal. Had Biden been able to get a deal done, it would have made, it would have been a feather in his cap as well.
He never spoke to him in 3.5 years. He never picked up the phone and called Putin in 3.5 years.
What I'm saying is, whoever puts this deal together, it's good for. It's good for him.
For sure.
It could have been. It could have been Joe Biden. Joe Biden had 3 years to get this deal done. Didn't.
And he still has the same military might behind him. And if he'd been thinking outside of the box, he could have done something.
And so Trump wants to come in, get this deal done. The quicker he gets it done, the more inept Biden looks.
Yeah, but the problem is, Bubba, if this gets done and Zelensky doesn't get Russia to pay for everything and doesn't get 99% of his territory back, he knows he's going to lose the election.
Okay. So I'm just saying.
So it's selfish self-preservation.
And I think
kids are dying because of it.
I think that Zelensky knows that the Ukrainian people are over him. We don't know that necessarily. We don't live there. We don't have a pulse.
Yeah, we do. We have polls. He's crap in the polls.
Okay, well, again,
that's the only thermometer we have.
The polls also had Kamala beating Trump by 3 points. Okay,
Exactly.
so get back to me on polls. All right,
The polls are really mad about.
No, what I'm
Ukraine.
saying is, polls
You're
are
right.
polls schmoles. He's afraid that he's going to lose power in any way, shape, or form. And this is what he was doing before he was the president. Maybe Ukraine, for the healthiness of Ukraine, needs a new leader, a new set of eyes, if you will, a different mentality, if you will, than a guy that wants to play the piano with his penis on Ukrainians Got Talent. Zelensky to the left, some other dude to the right.
He's the Prime Minister of Finance.
Oh, is that the new director? Is that really a director?
No, but I'm saying he's probably got a big position in his government. I'm sure he's getting paid.
Извините, так сказать, то для бизнеса, да.
But
no one's laughing.
But let's not forget that our president was also a reality television star.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so, and it did some pro wrestling and did some television things as well. So I want to be intellectually honest by saying if we're going to sit here and make fun of Zelensky, who was a reality television star, well, so is our guy.
Well, no. Our president never appeared on America's Got Talent. Our president had the number one.
WWE
I know,
stuff.
but ours had the number one rated reality television show for 15 years. It's different than appearance.
Neither one of them came up conventionally through the Senate or the Congress or through a governor or through a military general.
Yeah, but this guy's not a real estate icon. This guy hasn't done any of the accomplishments.
I understand, but I'm just making sure everybody knows. I want to be intellectually honest.
You're right, Bubba. You're right.
I want to be intellectually honest by saying our president took a non-conventional route to the office as well.
He's a reality star for sure.
And he is doing better than this guy. Has, I think just, so I just want people to know that I recognize that. I will tell you, Seth, they got some nice TV sets over there in Ukraine, right?
Well, not anymore.
This is outdoors in cement right now.
This is rubble right now.
Yeah. He's just like tire fires lighting it up.
Simon Cowell would already X'd him out.
Trump should have rolled out a piano and say, I heard you're a good piano player. Show me.
Just want to let you know, I'd like to see the same thing that you did on Ukrainians Got Talent right now in front of everybody. Marco Rubio.
Yep.
Marco Rubio is insisting that he sees.
Come be my jester.
Straight from the foam parties.
Eat.
I've seen enough.
It's weird that their dongs could bump into each other. There's, I feel like that's a one man.
Almost cross contamination of dongage.
I feel like that's a one man show right
Double
there.
D.
Right.
It is.
Yeah.
Well, they brought 4 people up toward the end.
Oh
so.
man, that's too much.
They
They have their own piano.
Yeah, they got a
4?
bunch of people up there.
They got
There's definitely
4?
some touchage there.
Oh no!
So this is short. Holy cow.
Is that magic? How are they doing that?
They're just having somebody play it in the background, and they're just
it's tape, dude. They're just jumping up and down.
Thank you, President.
Dongs.
Don't spoil the trick.
We're gonna be doing that for this year's Christmas party with Jay and Dan. Jay and Dan, they look great.
You should be thanking the president for trying to bring it into this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine that you say what problems we have?
I have been to.
Come once.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree that you've had problems?
Bubba, that's when he called him a bitch, by the way. If you rewind it just a little bit, under his breath, that's when just a little bit. That's where he calls Vance a bitch.
Right here? Or something like that. There's a word.
Right here?
Yeah, if you watch how he says it kind of... And then he raises his eyebrows.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring them on a propaganda.
That was it.
He said he called him a bitch. No, Bubba, they broke it down.
I don't know.
Yeah, he says sukala or something like that, which is bitch.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm not familiar with sukala.
Oh, okay.
Come once.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military?
We have problems.
And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning.
Sure.
First of all, during the war, everybody has problems. Even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future.
Now this is what sets Trump off.
Yeah.
This is when Donald goes off the deep.
God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless. God bless.
You don't know that. There's no ocean. There's no ocean that's going to stop any bad guys from coming my way. We'll blow them out of the sky, little Zelensky. Won't you play the piano with your penis, you little guy?
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because you're in no position to dictate that.
That's exactly what you're doing.
You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very good.
You will feel influenced.
We're going to feel good as you're getting your little tiny country blown up into pieces.
We're going to feel very good and very strong.
You will feel influenced.
You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed yourself to be in a very bad position, and he happens to be right about it.
From the very beginning of the war.
You're not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having cards. Right now, you don't. You're playing cards. You're playing cards. You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country, that's back to you, far more than a lot of people said they should have.
Have you said thank you once?
And that was a common denominator when Biden hung up on him, was the fact that Biden felt Biden had even given him more help than we. And, Biden had felt that he was just a disrespectful little prick and was unappreciative. That's what the story that we played yesterday when Biden hung up on him, literally hung up on him.
Make of European leaders, quote, their voices of solidarity.
J.D. Vance on Hannity last night.
This weekend, because it's Lindsey Graham, who's been very supportive of Ukraine in this conflict. I mean, he was livid.
Yes.
And he said, if they want to now defend their own continent, let them go ahead and do it. Good luck to them.
Yeah, and my message to Ukrainians, by the way, to President Zelensky is, when you've lost Lindsey Graham, that means you need to come to the negotiating table and recognize Donald Trump is the only game in town. He's the only person who I think has a meaningful plan.
No, I mean, has anybody, can you get any good intel out of Ukraine? Like, how does the BBC report this? Like, how do unbiased opinions report this across the globe as to what went down with the Oval Office nightmare? And, like, the people of Ukraine, are they like, listen, this little sawed-off piano penis playing prick is where we've had enough of? Just like, it seemed like, our country just went through a reset with what we had and what we got. Is Ukraine? What are there any credible reports from Ukraine that are saying they are not happy with this dude?
I don't know, but do you think that they're booing the American national anthem in Ukraine right now? that's kept them above water?
No, I don't think that's I don't really think there's a lot of sporting events happening in Ukraine right now.
So,
that they're playing the national anthem.
You said,
especially
is there
the
a
American
credible,
one.
unbiased news agency? And then you said the BBC. The BBC is essentially an arm of the British government. There is no free speech anymore. They're literally arresting people for thought crimes, praying in front of abortion clinics, for putting memes out. There's about 2,500 people in jail in Britain right now, and that's when J.D. Vance went over there and lectured them and handed them their ass about First Amendment. And so the short answer is no, there's really no good, unbiased media outlets over there. And so what they're saying is feel bad for Zelensky, Trump's a tyrant. I mean, that's what they're getting in the BBC. They're not getting anything that is remotely what you would see at some different type of outlet that would be a little bit more.
Like, what's the Ukrainian news reporting? You know, like, are they reporting our leader was over in America and got his ass handed to him? Our leader was over in America and stood strong against a tyrant.
Their media is government controlled, Bubba. Their media is irrelevant.
Okay.
I mean, it's. I mean, you saw all of Europe mostly, stand up with Zelensky. I think a couple of days ago. So I think it's half of people that think that it looks like Trump's trying to align with Putin. Half the people think that he's trying to get a deal done to make peace. So
the problem is that a lot of the people, the members of NATO, also buy all their energy from Russia. So, I mean,
apparently they spent billions and billions of dollars every year buying energy from Russia, and they've really, enriched Russia with their energy
So
needs.
this whole thing is so convoluted.
It is, Bubba.
It's a circle jerk
It's
because
so
they're paying
convoluted,
Russia,
and it needs to be settled.
Yeah, they're paying
Because
Russia in the form of fuel, and then they're paying Ukraine in the form of munitions.
Right.
And so they're essentially
buying your
fueling
oil.
both sides of the fire.
We're buying your oil and your fuel, but we're giving weapons and money to Ukraine to fight you.
It's a circle jerk.
And I think there's also one more thing here. A lot of wars are won because of attrition. And so I think that there is a group of people in the American government, included, especially during the Biden administration, that really thought if we just drag this out, Russia is going to be depleted. And I think that the thought is like, we kind of took a hit after being in Afghanistan for so long. We took a hit after being in Vietnam for a long time, financially and militarily, because we lost so many soldiers and so much equipment. And so I think that there's an argument, and maybe even a valid argument, that this maybe turning into a 4-year war is ultimately weakening the Russian military and showing their vulnerability to any kind of protracted war. Because without the nuclear bombs, Russia's a little bitch.
Oh.
Yeah, Sean, here's the problem with the Europeans. And a lot of these guys are our friends. They're our allies. We, of course, the president has a great relationship with a lot of European heads of state, and so do I, but they need to be realistic. Mm-hmm. And the craziest part about this, Sean, is that sometimes you'll have European heads of state who in public will puff up their chest and say, we're in it with President Zelensky for the next 10 years. And then in private, they'll pick up the phone and say, this can't go on forever. He has to come to the negotiating table. So I honestly don't care what the Europeans say in public. What I care is what they say in private. And what they need to be saying to President Zelensky is, this can't go on forever. The bloodshed, the killing, the economic devastation, it's making everyone worse off. The only pathway to, I think, back to...
And it can't be good for Russia either. It is depleting their resources and their
young men.
Yeah, 700,000 or 800,000 men on both sides.
Peace and prosperity is what the president is trying to accomplish.
And now we look back.
I mean, again, and then Trump, obviously took a.
Think if we lost 1.5, or if we lost 800,000 soldiers in a war. We're an enormous country. Ukraine is tiny. When is enough death enough?
Here's a montage of various presidents that met with Putin, and it wasn't a big deal. It was celebrated.
Do they vote in Russia, or is it just like if you don't vote for Putin, then they're going to come to your house?
No, they vote.
They vote.
It's ceremonial.
The guy usually dies.
Yeah.
The opponent.
poisoned.
They vote, and the opposing guy that's going against Putin usually dies a couple days before.
Yeah, they don't miss in Russia very often.
I'd like to congratulate President Putin for being the only person that caught a fish today.
So you know Vladimir Putin. You think he's a killer?
Mm-hmm. I do. I like Putin. He likes me. We get along.
U.S. presidents on Vladimir Putin. George W. Bush.
When I looked the man in the eye, I found him to be very straightforward and trustworthy. We had a very good dialogue. I was able to get a sense of his soul. Oh, God. A lot of people never really dreamt that American...
Can I say something about this time period? This is right after Y2K. And during Y2K, America and Russia were so concerned about some kind of technical glitch leading to a nuclear war that we put a very important military official in their nuclear control room, and they did the same to ours to help prevent any kind of inadvertent and accidental nuclear exchange during the Y2K potential computer shutdown.
We worked together.
We were working together at the time, and so this is an offshoot of that.
What about after 9/11?
It strengthened after 9/11, and then it fell apart. But at this time period, we were working with Russia economically and militarily.
And a Russian president could have established the friendship that we had. We were enemies for a long period of time. When I was in high school, Russia was an enemy. Now the high school students can know Russia is a friend.
I mean, that's pretty admirable for Bush to be able to pull that off.
Yeah.
Do you think Putin thought the same of George Bush? That he was a smart man, that he could see into his soul?
Although he probably did see it his soul.
Just want to let you know he is a stupid Texan. he owned the Texas Rangers. His dad's much better than he was.
Putin, Guatemala.
Right, here's Barack Obama.
I don't have a bad personal relationship with Putin. When we have conversations, they're candid, they're blunt. I know the press likes to focus on body language, and he's got that kind of slouch, looking like the bored kid in the back of the classroom. But the truth is that when we're in conversations together, oftentimes it's very productive.
All right, so hold on. Mm-hmm. You got the Republican spin on things with George W. Bush, who's like, hey, I ain't got a problem with the guy. We can talk. And then you got Barack Obama, Democratic, saying virtually the same thing, probably in kind of a smoother way than George W. did.
Because he was a smooth brother.
Because he's a smooth brother. He was arguably one of the best speakers in our lifetime.
Well, I mean, I think when you hear from people that have spoken with Putin, I mean, they say the same thing. I think it's just the fact that not a lot of people speak with Putin, so they don't have these same.
Well, you got to have a certain amount. Well, here's the deal, man. You have to have a certain amount of swagger and stance in the world to be able to have that meeting.
Yep.
So I don't even know that Zelensky is worthy of having. I mean, he's a pissant compared to Putin. But Putin only meets with American presidents and Chinese.
But he's got rare earth material, right?
No, I know, but I'm just saying, like, I don't know that Zelensky is even in the realm of being powerful enough to get Putin's attention.
The other thing, Bubba, is that, even Ted Bundy was charming, and people that are some of the most dangerous and evil people in the world do have the ability to be charming.
Look at you and me, Dan.
Exactly.
We're very charming.
Exactly.
But we're very powerful. We're evil. Very evil. Ask a bunch of our proponents.
Exactly.
I respect Putin. He's a strong leader, I can tell you that, unlike what we have. President Putin called me up very nicely to congratulate me on the win of the election.
Putin's a killer. A lot of killers. We got a lot of killers. Why, you think our country's so innocent?
I like Putin. He likes me. We get along. Isn't it? Wouldn't you say it's smart to get along? Okay? Smart.
So what specifically will you do differently to change Vladimir Putin's behavior?
Well, first of all, there's no guarantee you can change a person's behavior or the behavior of his country. Autocrats have enormous power. They don't have to answer to a public.
Why do you think he hasn't changed his behavior in spite of...
But now, meanwhile, Joe Biden's former boss, Barack Obama, had no problem with him. because Barack Obama was a stronger leader, a better communicator, and wielded more whip than Sleepy Joe. That's why Barack didn't have a problem with Putin, because Putin respected Barack and knew he's a far different animal than Sleepy Joe. He could push Sleepy Joe around because Sleepy Joe's a buffoon. He couldn't push the other presidents that that have all come up and said they spoke to Putin at one time or another. Those guys were all strong, competent men. Putin knew he had a weak one on the line with Joe and could push Joe wherever he wanted. Joe acknowledges it.
Everything the U.S. has done to this point.
He's Vladimir Putin.
Putin is the aggressor. Putin chose this war. And now he and his country will bear the consequences.
Barack should have got on the phone and said, Joe, it's your boss. Let's take the 747 over there, and Putin will meet with me. You come along just for eye candy, and we'll get this deal done.
And try not to drool in your tie.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, you know what? Why don't you sit this one out, my friend? Just give me the jet. Give me somebody else.
And one of your stand-ins.
Yeah. And I'll go and cut this deal, okay, buddy?
Why is this speech on at 9 o'clock tonight? Don't they know the Americans would love something around 7 or 8?
Yes. Why is it? You know why? Because of the West Coast Willies.
Oh, screw them. They don't even like Trump anyway.
I know, exactly. They should tell Trump, listen, nobody in California likes you, so don't coddle the California time. Indiana loves you.
I thought the East Coast of New York was all that mattered, and now it's been catering to the West Coast, man. Nine's late for me, Bubba.
Is this one of Elon's rockets? And it can land. Now, is there a barge in the water?
Which that's what Matra was saying. I guess there is, but I know what Elon said. He's been testing different.
That can land in the water,
like different materials, just as they go to barge.
Now, to me, it doesn't look like there's any barge here. Don't give Dan any ideas. He's going to be having this outside the dock here soon.
Is this good for the environment?
Yeah, I think it's okay.
Oh, my goodness.
That's what Dan's going to do to Chubb World Headquarters. Man, that's badass, is it not?
Yeah.
I mean, do they go get it, or what happens?
It's a drone barge. The reason they do that is if there's an explosion, it's not going to hurt anybody.
I want to return. This is more Rogan and Elon talk. I think Elon gets into how George Soros sets up all these nonprofits.
Yeah, he does.
And how he sets up tens of thousands of nonprofits.
You can't follow the money.
You cannot follow the money.
It's too difficult.
I think that we'll get into that next.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
I think we just got 1,600 by the end of the show.
We still got 45 minutes.
Oh,
That's pretty awesome.
Jay then.
See you guys. Have a great day.
Oh, bye, Danny. Thanks for the ride.
Oh, you're welcome.
Then one day I went to get my blood work done, and the results were not good. I was potentially going to take time away from me with my children. I did try a GLP-1 once before, but there was no support. Mochi taught me I was capable of living a healthy life. I'm just really happy that my kids get to grow up with a mom who can do things with them. With Mochi Health, I've lost 60 pounds, and they're giving me the the tools to win. Check out joeymochi.com.
Well, Jay-Z and Beyonce were out in Beverly Hills this weekend, all smiles. Good reason. Very good reason, because they got a big legal victory on Friday. Can I quote Trump on this one? Huge! It was huge. Huge. Absolutely huge. It really is, because there was a woman who had come forward claiming that she had been raped by Jay-Z and Diddy back in 2000 after the at a VMA after party. And none of it made any sense. Didn't make sense. The people who were supposedly there were out of the state. The place they were at, by the lawyer who was filed, he was in court trying to make sure that his extortion lawsuit against Busby goes forward. And he mentioned something we had not heard before. He said that there was a second demand letter sent by Tony Busby to him, and Beyonce.
I knew that I wasn't in good health. Then one day I went to get my blood work done, and the results were not good. I was potentially going to take time away from me with my children. I did try a GLP-1 once before, but there was no support. Mochi taught me I was capable of living a healthy life. I'm just really happy that my kids get to grow up with a mom who can do things with them. With Mochi, I lost 60 pounds, and they're giving me the tools to win. Check out joeymochi.com.
Jay-Z is gunning to get this lawsuit that was filed against him dismissed. And he has multiple reasons for doing it. You know that a woman is arguing, Alex Myers arguing, plays out in what Tony Busby
a lot of you want, which is the migrant illegal immigrants. But this, again, this is to protect our sovereignty and send a message to anyone thinking they're going to come to the United States illegally. You might end up here in Guantanamo Bay, and then you're going to go home. These are some of the types of facilities where they're held. You see 2, 4, 6, 7 here, refrigerator, and a message to anyone thinking they're going to come to the United States.
latest close call between two kids here with the late close call.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Dan's gone, Jay's here. It's great news. Yeah. A more even-keeled, less volatile Diaco, if you will. Love you, Dan.
I thought Dan was chill today now.
Yeah, he got the strap today.
He sure did.
Got the strap by setting a record.
That always chills him out.
Yeah, he was having strap anxiety.
Did he take it with him? Is he wearing it to work today?
No.
Oh, he left it okay.
I think he really wanted to.
The strap doesn't leave the building.
His strut was a little bit different heading out to his truck. Or Tesla, or whatever it's called.
Did you guys see I've been having this for 3 or 4 days now, and this is such a good pilot. Because I don't think the air traffic control, maybe the story will tell you that if the air traffic control told the Southwest guy to gas it up and do what they call a go around, a lot of times as you're landing a plane, if there's something funky, whether it's you shot the approach wrong and you're way too far down the runway to land, and you're not going to be able to stop it in time, or there's something impeding the runway like a deer or just something, or just you just don't have a good feeling. It's called a pull up and a go around, and you as you're getting close to hit the ground, and if that something didn't feel right, then you full throttle, gas it back up, pull the nose up, and go back around and try again. And usually it's not a call that comes from air traffic control. It's completely usually a pilot decision for whatever reason. And I think this might be because of the lack of air traffic controllers that we have right now. I know that our federal government is really trying to interview those 1,000 people that were pre-qualified but didn't fit DEI standards and get them in the towers and get them trained, because this could have been bad. And, having flown a lot of private and been on an active tarmac several times, sitting right seat in our old plane, the airfield is like a big highway. And, you have different areas of stopping. You have different areas. What's this, Lummy, you sent me? Is this?
So it's from the Elon, because like I said, I guess he got accused of firing all the air traffic controllers. So he addresses that. He said he never did.
I'll do that here. So what happens is this Southwest flight's coming in, and then a private jet is crossing the active runway that the Southwest jet is getting ready to literally set down, and they probably would have collided, and it would have been bad. A huge explosion, probably both people on both jets dead. And here's the footage of it. I think it's at Chicago Midway.
All between two airplanes, the Southwest flight, about to land in Chicago when a small jet, you can see it right there across the runway.
Did he gas it up, Bubba?
Yeah, he gassed it up big time. He gassed
Transportation correspondent Gil Benitez is between
wheels
two
barely
airplanes,
touched.
the Southwest flight, about to
So
land.
he's getting ready to, hold on.
Chicago.
He's about...
Chicago when a small jet.
I think his
almost. Look at that left.
I think his left is almost touched. He can see this private plane has been clear. I don't know if it's been cleared. The guy's got his head up his ass, but the Southwest guy's a stud. Watch him gas it and go.
You can see it right there across the runway. Our transportation correspondent, Gil Benitez, is here with the latest on this incident. Good morning, Gil.
If he'd hit his air brakes, Bubba, if he'd gone down and actually landed, hit the air brakes, that was an absolute collision.
Yep.
And what happened was the private jet had been instructed and ignored it. It was 100% pilot error on the little plane.
So the little plane had been told to hold short. They usually say hold short, runway, 1L, hold short, incoming, and then you hold short. And then once the incoming is past you, then they'll say, okay, now proceed to, wherever the hell you're going.
Michael, good morning. Yeah, this close call is very concerning because it appears that the private jet's pilot disregarded the command from air traffic control even after acknowledging it. It was only after the Southwest pilots saw the jet with their own eyes that they...
I think that's a big enough mess up. They could pull your license for that.
There should be some sort of punishment for that.
Yeah.
Averted disaster.
This morning, yet another near catastrophe at an American airport. This time, a private business jet crossing...
Boom. Actually, Jay, I think his left may have hit.
Directly
and watch him just... Now, watch the motors.
Yep, and the flaps.
He gasses it. Watch the motors.
In front of a Southwest 737, seconds from touchdown. Watch again, the Southwest jet making its final approach when the pilots notice that private jet entering the runway. The crew aborting the landing feet from the runway.
So this is not an FAA problem.
No, this is not an FAA problem. This is a pilot had his head up his ass problem. Here we go.
Jet entering the runway.
Here's the air traffic control speak.
The crew aborting the landing feet from the runway.
Southwest 2504 going around.
The Southwest plane pulling up, clearing that private jet.
What a stud. That pilot should be commended.
He should be at the Congress
250 feet
tonight.
The pilot's asking what went wrong.
Tower Southwest 2504, how'd that happen?
Moments before the near collision, air traffic controllers telling the business jet not to enter the runway. The pilot even reading back the command.
Should 560 negative. Cross runway 31 left. Hold short runway 31 center.
Hold short. It's like I said, hold short 31 center. Cross 31 left, hold short 31 center, and then listen, in all aviation, you always read back. You always read back.
To acknowledge receipt, right?
Yeah, to acknowledge receipt. So they also have record of it as well.
Should 560 negative. Cross runway 31 left. Hold short runway 31 center.
Boom, that's the pilot.
This had been a cloudy day, if there had been fog on the runway, if the Southwest crew hadn't been so alert and seen this aircraft crossing the runway, this could have been a terrible.
Oh, everybody would have died.
Really?
Oh yeah, would have been because it would have been from the explosion.
Terrible tragedy.
Southwest passengers Kaylee Mask and Emily Novak were on a girls' trip.
I was kind of anxious about flying because there's been so many,
Holy small head, little body.
Beetlejuice.
Yeah.
Crashes and things happen.
My God, eat a cheeseburger and get some head reduction.
No, she's got to have. There's got to be a condition there.
She's got to have a disease.
Okay, then I take everything back.
I don't know. I don't want to bring the loop
I
down.
take everything back, but this chick's hot.
Really,
Her friend's hot. She's just the wing pitch.
Cool for the pilot that we had and his reaction and the training that he had to.
Everybody that walked, look at the infamous Sears Tower, which I don't think they call it the Sears Tower anymore. It's called something else.
Yeah.
But Seth, in your travels to Chicago,
Yes.
have you ever gone up it?
Yeah.
I went.
It's the Willis Tower, by the way.
My dad took me up one time as a kid. It was unbelievable.
Did they have the little glass?
Observation deck and everything. Yeah.
It's I just got to the point now where I'm like holding like the sides of the wall when I'm up there, and it's very, very hard to go up there.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, look, I don't like driving up the skyway. I don't think
My wife is legitimately afraid of heights. It's a real thing. I don't understand it, but it's
Everybody
real.
that should have got off that plane, man, should have given that captain a high five.
That's right.
Or a $5 bill or something.
A hug.
I
would have hugged him.
Jay, you would have given him. You would have slipped 100 in his jacket.
Probably would have dry humped his leg.
Are we afraid of heights because we're not supposed to be up that high?
I don't know.
I think
60
probably,
serious
yeah.
near collisions at U.S. airports since 2021. Many airports across the country still lack technology to prevent them.
The FAA needs to increase its funding and increase deployment of the kinds of capabilities and technologies that will prevent these kinds of incidents from happening again.
And thank God, because most pilots now, listen, autopilot's so good that autopilot will put it right there on the ground. Thank God the guy was what they call hand flying it, and it's where the pilots keep their skill set sharp.
Mm-hmm.
They usually land most planes. And I don't know if maybe the autopilot would have recognized there was a potential collision. I don't know.
Somebody did say that it's possible Pete Buttigieg, a very stupid man, was keeping all of these airplanes in the air single-handedly when he was the transportation secretary or whatever.
He went to prison.
Wait, what?
Pete Buttigieg?
Pete Buttigieg went to prison.
He did?
For when?
And Trump pardoned him.
No, that's the wrong
You're
Pete.
thinking of the wrong person.
You're thinking of Pete Rose?
Yeah, no. I'm talking of the former governor of
Rod Blagojevich.
Yeah, Rob Blagojevich. Buttigieg, Blagojevich, it's Chicago.
He's a
Come
Notre Dame
on.
guy.
He was the gay mayor of South Bend.
Yeah, South Bend.
I understand now.
Question I've been getting is what's happening at American airports? I know you're asking that question too. The honest truth is we just don't know. And that's exactly why it's so critical that the FAA investigates each and every one of these incidents to find those trends, because it was just a month ago that we saw.
We don't know what happened. Of course we do. The pilot ignored a proper FAA, instruction. That's absurd.
I'm flying into Washington, D.C. next Tuesday.
Oh, yeah. Are you? What days are you out next week? Tuesday, Wednesday?
Tuesday, Wednesday.
Okay.
Going to be on the Tim Pool show. Timcast.
Really?
Yes.
Killer. I like that show.
Lummy, we're going to get into the Elon Musk. He talks. People are like, oh, man, this happened because Elon Musk canceled the DEI program and pulled off all the air traffic controllers. Elon addresses that with Rogan. We'll do it next.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show will be back after this.
Pete Buttigieg would like president.
Oh, are we spring forward? Do we put our clocks? Huh?
We're spring forward.
This year?
Yeah.
I mean, this month, this weekend?
This weekend.
All right, write it down. That's Saturday night, Sunday morning, right?
Yes.
At like 2 a.m. or something. So we're losing an hour. Right?
I can never remember. I get fucked up both ways. I don't really do well either way.
Right now it'd be 10:30.
I get fucked up both ways too.
My sleep sucks so badly like yours that it doesn't matter which way it's going. I'm fucked.
Oh! Clint Rubs, $20. Get her done.
Who?
Clint Rubs. Clint Rubs.
Is that BubbaArmyTips.com? We haven't been doing too good on BubbaArmyTips.com today.
No, slow. Dan
Been a slow day today.
Dan
Slow
only brought
day
in the
today.
You brought the lights, but no cash.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Captain Steve, huh?
Saturday, 2 a.m. becomes 3 a.m. Remember that, Seth Kushner.
My phone does it for me, man. I just see that early.
Yeah.
Anyways, I usually like this. I usually like the last or whatever time cycle we're in right now. Where does it gets light
Fall back?
early?
Fall back?
I don't know, but I fucking hate when it gets dark early, man.
Me too. I kind of like daylight savings where you can stay outside and walk around till 8 o'clock
I mean, it sucks in the summer when it's 90 degrees until 8:30, but you know we'll take what we gotta get. What we can get.
Because of sports. You play baseball.
Oh man, Berto, I don't think I can ever go skydiving, my friend. What up, Lunger? What up, Danny, Paul?
They just have the same time, and so it's like it's weird because half the year the sun sets.
Danny,
at
Dave
5:30.
Cush believes in the White Sox this year. He bought the baseball package.
So half the
He
year,
did?
maybe
Oh
6,
yeah.
6:15. It's fucking dark though. It's like by 8 o'clock, you're ready to sleep.
So was Mexico.
Yep.
Mexico just hopped up and you're
The White Sox don't really even exist in my world.
Oh my
You
God,
don't?
an hour and a half.
No, they're atrocious. What up, Bad Jake? What's
Didn't
up,
they win a
Johnny?
championship about 10 years ago?
05. And I put on more sweat and tears than that. I deserve more. What up, Rubs?
No.
At least my dad got to see them win a World Series.
People that didn't go regularly, which I don't do anymore.
That's
I'm
true.
So uncomfortable like that, you know, like, whoa, what are we gonna do? I can go to sleep. If I can do it, there's
What up,
nothing to
Redneck?
do.
What up, Denver? Trying to make it out to Denver to catch a Nuggets game this year.
And I'm just like, all right, I guess this is how it's going to be. I started picking up on Spanish. I'm like, oh yeah, this is the way to learn it.
Yeah. How long were you there?
Well, how long ago?
Was it a long trip when you were
What's
down
up,
there?
LM?
Oh, yeah,
I didn't know that.
5, 6 years.
I got all my stuff on my Substack, Joe.
Then we switched over and put our money in the Ensenada side.
I think some free videos of stuff I've opened up.
Before dark. I pretty much locked down at the house and don't pretty much go out till.
Oh, our last place we got was right next to downtown, so we could walk there.
That's good. My neighborhood's safe enough where we can go to dinner and do things like that.
Really good break.
I don't know if I said what's up, LM Close, but if not, I'll do it again.
$600 a month for
What's up, Grumpy? Felix. 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 What up, Neil? All right, LM. Well, here it is for the third time, baby. What it do? Good morning.
But then we found like, we went a little further right by downtown. We're like, well, we're just gonna go downtown. It was like $300 a month for like super badass place.
That's awesome.
Neil Mount Plaisir, $10.
Has anybody literally ever been refreshed in their life? I think we're all going to be tired forever.
Yeah.
Majority of that?
It's just all about those bursts of energy we get. Those are what matters.
I started running around. I went to the laundromat.
It must look at you like you were, like.
Yeah. Well, I was wearing like rain shirts and
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Don't forget a Bubba 199 on this Friday night. 8 to 10, Macho Man on the wheels. Lummy, I know you'll be here.
Sir.
Macho will be here. Kush usually sits these out. Usually. Oh, well, sometimes you do.
No, I don't.
There's a possibility of Dollhouse Girl's going to be here.
No, I always show up. I love the bonus I get. You just told me to stay home when it was the when everybody's in town for the 199.
All right, so you're locking your slot in.
Yeah, you're damn right.
All right, perfect.
I need that bony to buy some baseball cards.
Don't forget this Saturday night at 2 a.m. 2 a.m. becomes 3 a.m. It's Spring Forward. And we officially switch to what, daylight? No, we go back to. Do we get?
It's daylight savings.
Yeah, we're switching to daylight savings. Correct?
Yes.
Right. So we're losing an hour. Saturday at 2 a.m. turns into Saturday at 3 a.m. Jimmy Johnson has given his. He will now officially be retired from Fox as the Sunday one of the Sunday talking heads. For 31 years. God, you know what? They need to get rid of him and Terry Bradshaw.
He's been there 31 years.
I can't remember. I couldn't believe that when I just read that.
I've seen all 31 years.
I have too.
It says Hall of Fame coach and broadcaster Jimmy Johnson, who won 2 Super Bowls, a national championship as a head coach, announced his retirement from Fox Sports after 31 years with the network.
Dude, I never would have thought that he would he'd be gone before Terry Bradshaw.
God.
When he started, he said it was a stop before he went back to coaching.
I think Bradshaw is quickly behind him. He is his skills are deteriorating as well.
But he's always just kind of been funny. I mean, goofy guy.
Self-deprecating.
Yeah, but
I think he kind of set the tone to have these shows be silly.
I think he's over 80.
I was going to say he's a little long in the tooth for young kids like my kid.
Right.
I don't think they really care about Terry Bradshaw.
Saying that we need highly qualified air traffic controllers. If you've retired, if you would consider doing it again, we could use you.
Yes. So a lot of really qualified air traffic controllers were pushed out because of DEI stuff. So not to be blunt, a bunch of really good, talented old white guys were pushed out. It's not cool. And so there's a talent shortage in air traffic control because of DEI and not hiring people on merit.
Saying that
So a lot of people were saying, well, one of the reasons why we're having all these close scares and the Washington, D.C. tragedy and the Midway almost on-air collision, and there was another one, is because it's, and it is. Some of the issues are because we have, like what Elon Musk just said, we pushed out a bunch of old, very talented white guys because they did not meet the DEI. They weren't dwarfs. They weren't hard of hearing. They weren't amputees. They weren't blind.
Mentally challenged.
Mentally challenged. That's what DEI is all about. Hey, I'm a 51-year-old white guy. Normal height, normal intellect, nothing mentally wrong with me, but I can bring these planes in like you wouldn't believe. Nah, we're looking for a dwarf that's blind. Okay, no problem. I want the dwarf that's blind. Go ahead and taking care of my plane, telling it when it lands so it doesn't hit somebody else. And then let me finally to close out my Joe Rogan markout fest. Him and Elon Musk talk about these political parties, namely George Soros, who is a German? Is he a German? A German Democrat, a Russian oligarch, or a German oligarch, and very much influences our elections through.
He's Hungarian.
Hungarian.
Yes.
He's not an American.
It says he's an American.
He's got citizenship with us too because we'll let anyone be citizens.
Sure. And he influences elections by giving massive amounts of money, but also setting up these soft PACs, charity type deals.
Yeah, NGOs, non-governmental organizations.
Right. And, that can say anything about anybody. At least like when Donald Trump or Joe Biden or the next guy, when they do a message, they're like, hey, it's Joe Biden and I approve this message. So there's a little bit of onus on Joe Biden and the things that he's saying. Well, these NGOs, these non-government organizations, they could literally say, Donald Trump likes to have sex with aliens. That's right. I mean, they can say anything because you can't really track them down as to who's behind them. And just tens of millions of dollars go into these NGOs during the political season to try to influence people. And Elon knows all about it, and him and Joe talked a little bit about it.
It's a gigantic scam. Like one of the biggest, maybe the biggest scam ever.
And how many NGOs?
I think there's a total number of NGOs, probably millions, but in terms of large NGOs, tens of thousands. I mean, it's actually kind of a hack to the system where someone can get an NGO stood up for a fairly small amount of money. Like George Soros is really good at this. Like George Soros is like a system hacker. Like he figured out how to hack the system. He's a genius at arbitrage. I mean, these days he's pretty old, but a genius at arbitrage. So he figured out that you could leverage a small amount of money to create a nonprofit, then lobby the politicians to send a ton of money to that nonprofit, so you can take what might be, a $10 million donation to a nonprofit to create a nonprofit and leverage that into $1 billion NGO. And a nonprofit is a weird word. It's just a non-governmental organization.
So he's saying like Soros starts an NGO for $1 million. And then he gets a hold of these politicians to add money to these NGOs based on their political affiliation and what they want done or said. And now this $1 million NGO is now a $1 billion NGO, and that has a ton of power and the message that it's going to deliver, because it's got so much money and it's so funded, it's so highly funded that they're an absolute force to be reckoned with. And the amount of TV, the amount of digital ads, the amount of radio, just the amount of advertising and propaganda it can spread, and it's all kind of self-fed. It's kind of semi-soft started with Soros. Then he leans into anybody that could potentially profit from this NGO, meaning a Democrat or whatever party affiliation it's with. They all feed into it, and now it's a big monster.
And then the government continues to fund that every year, and it'll have a nice sounding name, like the Institute for Peace or something like that. But really,
the Institute for Peace.
Yeah, exactly.
And who's ever going to go against that?
Who could be against that?
I'd be like, hey, Jay, I'm giving to the Institute of Peace.
Me
How
too.
about you?
Absolutely.
It's a write-off. And I think
it is a write-off.
It's a write-off. Institute of Peace. What's better than that?
Well, it's a graft machine.
Institute for Democracy is better.
And what are the requirements with that money? What do they have to do?
Just really no requirements at all.
So they just get grants and the government just assumes that they're doing good work.
I think a lot of people in the government know that they're not doing good work.
Now, is this going to be a Doge thing, or is this way beyond? Like even a Doge thing can't stop that. I don't think a Doge, because that's like election laws or like the governing. That, to me, that would be like now you're dealing with election laws, which are way different than the way the government's spending its money.
I think what should come out of this is whatever agencies giving money to the NGOs should audit those entities to see whether or not they're actually fulfilling their stated public purpose, why they get tax-free money. That's the other thing. It's NGOs are tax-free money. So the NGOs do the dirty work of the government, and the government doesn't want to do themselves. So during the southern border crisis over the last 4 years, Biden was saying, we're doing as much as we can. And at the same time, they were paying Catholic NGOs and every other type of NGO in Texas to house, transport, and pay for all the illegals to be spread across the nation.
all under the guise of an NGO.
100%.
They are literally falling apart, having meltdowns in public in Congress over the idea that someone as brilliant and as smart as Elon Musk would help Donald Trump find waste, fraud.
Who's she? She's kind of hot.
Nancy Mace.
From South Carolina.
She's kind of hot.
Smart woman.
I don't know what her message is, but she's got a hot delivery. So sorry. I'm so thirsty.
And abuse to the tune of, he's looking at finding almost $4 billion a day that we can trim from the federal government, from all this spending, the blank checks that the federal government is writing to leftist Looney Tune NGOs. We're lifting the veil because of Donald Trump.
Well, it's looking like maybe, Jay, you can stop money to NGOs.
You can.
Potentially.
Because of Elon Musk, because of that kind of work. And they're just falling apart. I just get your popcorn out and watch. We're going to be more conservative. We're going to protect your taxpayer dollars than ever. And we're doing it because Donald Trump got elected. And he's working harder than any president in modern history.
There you go. Lummy, when we return and end the show, Laura Ingraham gives you a little walkthrough through Gitmo. Doesn't look that bad.
No, it looks nice.
I mean, it says, 7 dudes to a room, and the room's about the size of, it's not that bad.
Probably better than Rikers Island.
Did she do a show out of a cell that night?
She should have.
She did, I think.
Did she?
She went all the way through the facilities, I believe. She looked at a lot of the different parts of it.
We'll get to that next before we end the show and say goodbye to Jay.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge show will be back after this.
And he's been zero convictions. It was ridiculous. So then he says, you know what this is it's basically the smear, and then Nancy Pelosi talks about it. Literally what you do is you plant some false...
we talked about, that's what they were doing. Like, you just put it out there.
You put it out there, and then it repeats itself, and then you start saying, look, the press is reporting it. Yeah. It must be true.
Then you power peg it.
She said that.
Exactly right,
She
Bob.
said that a long time.
It was a long time, but he talks about it. It's just really interesting. And
the best part is that she kept saying she started doing it, and then the people started playing it, and people were like, yeah, whatever.
So they focus on something else, and it's a diversionary tactic. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. You demonize, and then we call it the wrap-up smear.
the wrap-up smear. Yeah. That's it.
You smear somebody with falsehoods and all the rest, and then you merchandise it, and then you write it, unless they see it's reported in the press that this, and this, so they have that validation that the press.
She's one of the most intentional Machiavellian politicians we've ever seen in our lives. She's rich. Was it 300 million or something?
That's what she's reported. Well, hidden.
Public service.
wow.
.5. 8 minutes. It's amazing.
One point. What do we end up with?
1.5 right now.
Man, make a last minute to 1.6. 1.6 the record. Don't know if we only got a few minutes.
Still got 1,240 people on.
Smash, smash, smash.
What's up, Nick? Smash everybody if you haven't smashed yet. Let's see if we can break a record.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Jay and Dan pulls in 1,500. We don't know how close to 16 we are because it doesn't give us like 1,550 or 1,501 or 1,599. It never does that for us. So we'll be on about another 5 minutes for you guys just to smash the hell out of those thumbs up buttons. And maybe they can tie Babyface at 1,600, Lummy, because I think that's the record.
It sure is. 16 on the dot.
16 on the dot. Perfect.
Dan hates coming second fiddle to Brian,
yeah, but
guys.
he didn't today. He beat Dan. He beat him solidly today. That's why he's got the strap. And it would be a total, it'd be a total sweep of the series if he could get 16 today. Then that's a complete mic drop for Dan.
All right.
So we still got a little Lummy. We don't know if that's 1510 or 1580.
That's right.
We don't quite know, but you do. So smash it. Appreciate you.
It's illegally. You might end up here in Guantanamo Bay, and then you're going to go home. These are some of the types of facilities where they're held.
To me, that looks pretty cool.
Looks like
you see.
I mean, Lummy, they're not like the guys in like Venezuela or Honduras where they have to be bent at the waist with their hand. Like they can't even like look up.
Oh yeah, where they have them all lined up like
Yeah.
100 in a room, all
Yes.
like lined up, chained.
Stacked up like Home Depot.
Yeah.
Home Depot racks.
4, 6, 7 here.
Room, Bubba. Like
Well,
an old dorm room.
I mean,
Yeah,
that
like when we
looks-
were in college.
Yeah.
That's
I could,
exactly right.
Listen, I could sleep all night on that thing right
Yeah.
there. I got me some slippers, got me some sheets. Looks like I got me
Some undies.
some undies, and some toiletries.
No right guard.
Refrigerator,
Hell yeah, Lummy, I'm there. You're up top.
Yeah.
bathroom.
Actually, Lummy, I'd have you mean mug a guy, and I'd want to sleep right
Of
here,
course.
and then you'd want to sleep right there, and then the guy you mean mugged, he could sleep up there.
Keep an eye on him.
T-shirt and kind of the standard issue clothing. Very well.
Lummy, like if you and I got sentenced, I'd get a hold of some steroids and get you just all jacked up.
Perfect.
Because you're gonna have to defend me.
I just do whatever you
Much
two
better
asked
air
of me. I'd
conditioning
sleep
here.
up top.
You do what?
I do whatever you asked of me.
Jay,
Sleep
just
up
be
here.
like-
Yes, sir.
No problem. I'll be up here.
Yes, Mr. Lummox.
But listen. So I'd be like, hey, listen, guys, you better be nice to that skinny guy Italian over there. You know why? He's got $4,000 in his commissary. And his short little brother Steve comes by, puts a G-ball in every week.
Yeah.
We're having ho-hos and Twinkies and
I'm
please.
bartering ho-hos and cigarettes
Yeah,
for
yeah.
like extra time in the yard.
Oh yeah, we please. We got Lummy for the protection. I got you for the commissary. I got me for the mouthpiece.
I got free legal briefs for anyone that protects me.
Yeah, exactly. Be like, listen, you know what, buddy? I get you got a wrong deal. Let's go. Let me go back and look at your case. I bet you I can find 10 things wrong with it. They would, Jay, you'd be the most popular guy
I'd be
there.
safe there. I'd be okay.
They'd be like, you know what? Listen, that guy's an attorney. Not only can he get you some cigarettes and some ho-hos, but he'll go through your case for you as long as you leave him alone.
Mr. Lumix,
some of
I'll
the
take care
official
of your
buildings
appeal
that the
if you'll make
soldiers,
sure no one takes me to the shower.
They got air conditioning.
RN.
Oh, nice.
But it's kind of a standard issue.
This is not bad conditions at all. My Jones, when I stayed in Jones Hall, room 513, Lummy, it was worse than this.
Yeah, mind you, this is also
here.
for convicted criminals. This is not for moms and kids and grandparents.
These are for people that tried to blow up the Twin Towers the first time.
And now they're the ones who are convicted of murder and rape and child sex abuse and all those crimes. That's who's going here.
Let me holding out on the 16, trying to extend a little bit. Give me a thumb.
2, 4,
I need to get a 16. Let me. They got a goddamn window shaker.
I know.
How do you get out of that?
My favorite.
You can turn that thing down to freezing.
I know what room we're staying in.
That doesn't look very secure with the cardboard around the air conditioner.
like a bad guy couldn't break right on through. Seth Kusher could break through that.
That sees a way out already.
Air conditioning, bathroom. Maybe.
Actually, you know what, Lummy? This is probably where the guards stay, and they don't really show her where the bad people stay.
Well, no, they said that the windows because where are you going to go when you get out?
Handicap.
Yeah,
you're on an island, and there's also a lot of guards.
A lot of Cubans that want to kill you.
Let me see here, Lummy. I'm like, Lummy, this doesn't look bad at all.
No.
Guantanamo Bay. That's not bad at all. Look at that. Don't bust me up with Guantanamo.
Oh,
I'd hang out with that dude. Oh.
Come on.
Did you see Khalid Sheikh Mohammed?
Saw Khalid Sheikh Mohammed.
How's he looking?
I don't really care, but it's fine, and I hope he finds justice.
Lummy, I want one of those prisons where, like, you can't even, like, you have to be bent at the waist with your hands behind your gimmick.
Yeah, getting caned by the
whole time.
That's right.
Lummy, looks like we just didn't quite hit it now.
Almost.
It'd be interesting to see, like, what is it, 1560, 1580, 1590?
The administrator could probably look.
I don't think we can. I've tried.
No?
Clem Kush. Kush, you singing about maybe 35, 40?
I'll be here.
You good, bud?
Oh, so great.
JD Ocko, I'll walk you out, my friend.
Alrighty.
Lummy, you need me for anything, lover?
No, sir.
Fantastic. Y'all have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow. Go to our YouTube channel. Join, subscribe, get a notification at the Bubba Army as we approach 122,000 subscribers. Appreciate you, Gary Cantrell, Rhett, Macho Man. And don't forget, Bubba 199 Friday. It's been the first one since, January?
Yeah, since Barb.
Since Barb. Appreciate y'all. Have a good one. See you later.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian Lummet.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
Rhett, the filthy ginger video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up Bean.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council.
Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello.